Hey everybody, welcome to Hyper Delivery. I am going to be one of your commentators today. I am Dunk Zero, joined by my wonderful co-commentator Brighto1.
Hello. How's everybody doing?
All right, so this is going to be a tournament Hyper Delivery 2, No More Eris. Day 2, the semifinals and finals. This is a tournament held by DragonSquad eSports, which is an esport organization based out of Cincinnati, Ohio / Northern Kentucky, expanding into Alabama. They run online Smash events such as Coronal, which is a Smash Ultimate singles event, Double Dragon, a Smash Ultimate doubles event, Curb Stomp, which is an annual Smash Ultimate singles and doubles event, as well as a couple of charity movements that are going on right now. The Movement, which is a Black Lives Matter charity event, and Show Your Pride, an LGBTQ charity event.
Any sub or donation money we received through Twitch or YouTube goes straight to the prize pot for our events. All money received the weekend of hyper delivery through the !GoFundMe will go straight to the prize pot, commentator pay, and artist pay for hyper delivery too. And with that,
That's
why don't we get
right.
into the format for today? So, for hyper delivery 2 No More Eris, uh, the racers will be participating in a 3 weapons race with the Infinity D mod, no Than, no Barge, no Vermin, and a Force 3 sack. Not only that, but they won't be allowed to use Eris or find Flurry Jab on the first Spear Hammer for any spear.
That's right. And with that, with the format out of the way, what we're also going to be doing is that each competitor is going to come in with 4 aspects of their choice. Their opponent is going to ban one of them out of their pool, and then they are going to go with the remaining 3. So with no further ado, we are going to bring in our racers, Tonus and Wrist 13. Tonus, how you doing?
Hello. I'm nervous, scared. It's gonna be okay.
I'm sure you'll be fine. Wrist, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. There's especially after yesterday, there were some doubters, some
No, there were no
naysayers.
doubters.
They
There were no
were
doubters.
absolutely doubters. But here I am, graced with the opportunity to lose to Tonus in the semifinals. So here we are.
I see that among the doubters today is Wrist 13 himself. So let's start out with Tonus giving out your 4 aspects that you brought today. What do you bring in?
It's the same lineup, so Nemesis, Beowulf, Hera, and Hestia.
Okay, Wrist, what do you want to ban out of that lineup?
I think it's got to be shit. It's got to be between Hestia and Hera. I'm not sure which. I think it's Hera. It's got to be Hera.
I see.
Okay. And then Wrist, what are you bringing?
I'm gonna bring Nemesis, Beowulf, Hera, and Lucifer.
Oh, you're bringing Lucifer this time. That's fun. So, I'm banning Beowulf.
Fuck.
Right.
He did his research.
Literally started Wrist 13 stream yesterday, and he was talking how Hooli made the first mistake of not banning Beowulf. So, learn
Exactly.
from the man himself. So,
It's
Risk
true.
13, the
Literally,
first and only competitor to VOD review himself out of the tournament.
yeah. Wrist
I think the
13, the
first and only two
person
VOD
who
review
literally
myself.
the person who literally submitted to VOD review a run of him on Beowulf just to have him be praised. Just to have someone praise his Beowulf play. My god.
I,
Uh
yeah.
actually I believe you've done that twice now. Anyway,
It's VOD
so now that
review.
we have the bans out of the way, both of you choose your first weapon and let's get into choosing your starting seed.
Oh boy.
I wonder which weapon they'll use first.
I
I
was
could
thinking
not
of doing
possibly
Nemesis.
imagine.
Could not possibly imagine.
Can I make lightning strike twice? Oh boy. Who knows? Or Nemesis is fun. Like it's such a fun weapon.
Yeah, gotta play some Nemesis. Let me check my
Very
mirror real
nice.
quick.
Well, As far as how you do the seeds, you're both fully aware, but what we do here is we have a seed selector mod. What we do is we hit randomize seed a couple of times, and then after that, we go in, we choose the option that we want, and we hit search for filters. And then that gets us exactly how we want to be starting. As soon as you're both ready, head on over to the mirror to the Pact of Punishment, and we're gonna get started.
Now, do you guys have any
Also,
preference for text or verbal countdown?
I'd like to take the text, please.
I'll take verbal.
okay.
So
Not that it
I'll
matters too much.
mute and deafen now, so you'll find me in the Hades channel for the text countdown. See you
Great.
on the other side, I guess.
Luck,
And
Tunis.
Bright, do you want to
Tonus.
count us in?
Sure. Good luck to both racers, and with that, let's get started. 3, 2, 1, and go.
All right, and
Whistle
they're
call.
off. So I was noticing some slight differences between their starting seeds. That's right. We can
Some
already
slight
see.
differences.
Yeah, we can already see that Tonus is going for the more classic double edge with crit build. This is the sort of original build for Nemesis. It relies very heavily on the hammer double edge and trying to find all sorts of dash strike and crit augments.
And
Very nicely coming into a Chaos Gate early, which is a big power swing for them.
Now, I know one argument against the crit nemesis is that a lot of people think it relies on this very early chaos, which, holy lord, he's finding a purple attack chaos out of that. And I'm not
That's
sure.
pretty ridiculous.
I'm not sure which one really pulls ahead. If you're seeding and you don't know if there's a chaos. Luckily, Tonus doesn't have to worry about that, finding a very, very early chaos.
Yeah, one of the nice things about this crit build is that there are two chaoses that you actually want. It's not like something like our good pal Dionysus Beowulf that only wants one thing out of a chaos gate. It needs either attack damage or dash strike damage. So it is a little more likely to find than you might think, but not super likely.
A little bit more likely. And Tonus
Yeah.
finding our first of hopefully many free rooms this run.
That's right.
Gifting Goldie.
On
Where's our
the
second?
other side, oh my god, crazy room sequence from Tonus. On the other side, by the way, opposite from Tonus. Ooh, double edge picked up for Wrist. Very
So
nice.
Wrist is now 2 for 2 on not seeding double edge and finding it anyway in Tartarus. And there's his
and
natural
Natural
Athena.
Athena! This goes right into what we were talking about, which is that Wrist is going for a Merciful End build, the more modern of the Nemesis builds. It relies far less heavily on double strike or double edge and chaos, so people find it to be more consistent for like any heat grinding at the very least. But can sometimes struggle in race formats because Merciful End can be inconsistent. But
Meanwhile,
we can.
Tonus finding the other piece of the puzzle for the crit build, finding a natural Aphrodite. Unfortunately,
That's
she doesn't
right.
give him the special on the first roll, and he just chooses to go with the crush shot. I'm not sure about that. But
Yeah,
saving
I'm not
rolls
sure about
early-
that either.
I can never blame someone for wanting to save rolls early.
That's fair. I mean, also something to be thought about for this is that there is a real X factor with Nemesis that is Hermes. As with any dash strike heavy build, plus dashes is so huge for the weapon.
Absolutely.
So having rolls for Hermes could be more valuable than picking up an early Aphrodite, because I honestly think that plus dashes is more valuable than Heartrend. Also, Boldy picked up 4 Wrist here. Very
Gonna
nice.
even it out a little bit. Speaking of missing specials, though, Wrist is in a little bit of an awkward position here. Because if he finds this Eris here in shop, it really doesn't do anything for him. Unfortunately for
Yeah.
him, Merciful End is not online.
That's right. That's a bit unfortunate. Being offered just the dash off of the first one, like, yeah, you need the dash eventually, but you're not going to be getting that early Tartarus Merciful End that he
Exactly.
probably wanted to have.
There's a little bit of an awkward dance, because if you roll twice to get the special, there's a chance that you just don't get anything. But if
Yeah.
you do end up with the special, you could leave Tartarus with like a full build.
That's right.
Choosing the safer option, we'll see if it comes back to haunt him.
Right. Also, to be noted, he did also have all 3 of his core boon slots except for the attack open, so he could have just rolled twice and gotten phalanx shot and cried.
Could have rolled twice and gotten failing shot.
Ugh.
That's correct.
That's happened to me way too many times. Way too many times. Going into Asphodel, looks like a 356 versus 404 Asphodel or Tartarus exit, so not that far off between the two of them.
Mm-hmm.
We could
Seeing
see
a little bit of jitters.
yeah, a
a
little bit
couple
of jitters
of standing
from
strikes on each side, but
yeah,
usually on Nemesis you don't want to see any of these standing attacks.
that's right. Very correct. Standing attacks on Nemesis and Sword in general, but Nemesis particularly are going to be way worse, especially with that double edge where every single one of your dash strikes is going to be doubled up and doing a little bit of bonus damage.
Tonus picking up a Nectar from Eurydice. It's pretty huge. He's 2 for 2 on Story Room so far.
That's true. Very nice room RNG for Tonus here. Got a little bit of... I mean, hasn't found a Hermes yet, so that's a little bit annoying. Rolling here for Heartrend does pick it up.
A little bit odd now, because he does have the crush shot to apply Heartrend, but it doesn't really matter since he's heading into an Aphrodite mini boss anyhow.
Wrist
If he
picking
picks
up
the
a
special, it'll be
very
all good.
Wrist picking up a very nice sequence, getting a natural Athena in the shop, then snagging an Athena on the door, plus picking up +1 dash out of the Hermes. Like, +1 dash isn't great, but it's still a lot.
And
And
there's
the
his
Merciful
End.
End.
So Wrist has his full build online. Tonus is missing just about a Hunter dash, and probably Hunter's Mark. The one issue with the crit build is there's just so much you want from Artemis, right?
Absolutely, yeah. Artemis is kind of the primary thing you're looking for in the crit build. A little bit of flubs from Wrist here, not taking out the power couple as quickly as I'm sure he would like.
Rolling for impending, 5
But
hit.
ooh, grabs the impending. Wrist is full build at this point.
So I think what we're going to be seeing now is that Tonus needs to basically stem the flow of blood, right? He needs to make sure that he doesn't bleed too much time while Wrist is full build, and he's still looking for his. But in terms of pace, he is leaps and bounds ahead of Wrist.
That's right. He is probably about 30-ish seconds ahead, if not more, exiting Asphodel. Something about the Merciful End builds that the Merciful End build does spend a little bit more time in menus and just sort of rolling for boons and things.
True.
So that does actually add up over the course of an RTA run, and Tonus did have a very fortunate Asphodel as well. So
And
coming
that's
out at a...
Yeah, that's a pretty blistering pace.
Seriously. Exiting even with the auto splitter. Are they both using the auto splitter, or is Wrist manually splitting? We'll have to see.
Let's see. I think Wrist is a manual splitter, but
yeah, then the times will be a little bit off, but still 7:28 exit. That's extremely fast.
Wrist still making pretty quick work of these learning heads.
Absolutely. Coming out.
essentially-
Yeah, he's manually splitting.
Yeah, he's manually splitting. There's essentially nothing else he wants. He can just probably slap on that dad call and call it a day.
Yeah, sounds. We'll see if we see it. We'll see if that's what he's looking for, but we probably gonna see that. Yeah, there we go.
Looking to sell something.
also-
I'm not sure why.
Maybe a missed input. Not sure. The thing that Tonus is kind of struggling with at the moment. Oh, actually, is getting the Hermes. Let's see if he is able to pick up
Ooh.
+2 dashes. There we go.
+2 dashes. Huge pickup. Dodging that second
Absolutely.
hammer, not a bad move at all. Especially on sword. Your sword hammers aren't bad by any means. Sword hammers are half good and half bad, and that is exactly how it splits down the line. There is a chance that you just get shown all bad sword hammers, and it completely ruins your build. So dodging that
Absolutely.
second hammer cannot fault him for that. Wrist, on the other hand, opting to just get it out of the pool.
Yeah, sometimes dodging the second hammer is it's kind of a 50-50, both in how good the hammers are and also whether or not you should be dodging it. Because if you get it out of the pool, then suddenly it's more likely you see palms and health and other boons that you might want. But you do also run the risk of getting Curse Slash and hating your life.
Wrist opting for mid shop over Patty. Probably, honestly, the move. He knows he's just going to walk straight through the room. Doesn't want to interact with any menus.
Yeah.
Sure, why not?
Both of them picking the wrong mini boss room here, but they are actually on the same chamber at the moment. The one thing that I think maybe was just like yes, see Eris, pick Eris thing here is that Wrist could have picked up Zeus. There's nothing else he really wants from Eris at this point, so picking up Zeus could have gotten him billowing strength, but it's a small optimization, not really.
Ooh, and there's
not
Tonus
really
heading straight into the path from the mini boss, picking up that Cyclops jerky.
Wrist had caught up, but now he's falling behind a little bit again, but getting a very nice spawn here.
Unfortunately, Wrist Patty was offered alongside mid shop.
Yes.
So, the mod flattens a lot of sources of RNG, and that's going to be one of the unfortunate last few, where you just simply miss out on one because the game decides you don't get to have it.
Very true, but he does end up still picking up a very fast room. Armored witches are one of the fastest spawns you can get in Elysium, and armored witches alongside chariots is similarly fast. So very good spawns to be able to equalize that a little bit. Picking up
Meanwhile, Tonus is crying in this unarmored swordsman 34. There's a couple of armored flame wheels to help him out along the way, but oh god, it looks rough. Speaking of unarmored swordsmen.
Yeah, 33 for Wrist, and it's unarmored swordsman back again. Though with a single witch to help out, make things a little faster.
Oh god, they're still spawning. And meanwhile, Tonus heading into the Heroes fight, picking up Hunter's Mark right before Heroes. Pretty clutch.
It's shocking to think that we were on the same chamber with the same mini boss exiting at around the same time just a couple of chambers ago. Elysium is a fickle mistress.
Elysium is fickle indeed, and we're really seeing Hunter's Mark put in that work on Heroes. He's basically each time he crits, the Hunter's Mark is just chaining back and forth across the two, and there's an argument for Hunter Dash, but I think Hunter's Mark really takes the priority just because of how fast it makes this fight.
Completely agree. Not only does it make that fight really fast, but also it's very good at being able to clear out enemies in most areas, and still has some fringe value against enemies like Hades. If you can bait an enemy over to Hades, you can do the same sort of mark chaining that you do with Theseus and Asterius on him. Oh, disgusting damage, though. Wow!
Which has absolutely absurd damage. Somehow Tonus has managed to stay ahead, despite running away from a full ME build. He's entering his first tunnel as Riss enters Styx.
Tonus does have a lot of damage, to be fair. He has a very high crit chance with that crit attack plus Hunter's Mark. He has hydraulic might. He has a purple attack chaos. Like, he's not hurting for damage. Oh, and smoldering air now.
Picking up smoldering on a common Zeus call, it kind of hurts. Zeus's aid Birdie doesn't hurt too much, but he sure would like to get a palm in that thing if possible.
Yeah, I will say I think that smoldering air, even on a common Zeus call, is pretty massive.
It's a lot of damage.
It's a lot of damage. Couple of jitters from Tonus' stream, but not too bad. I think that's about what we could expect from a stream coming from Finland. But still, like, we'll try and keep up with that as much as possible, just getting a little bit of artifacting.
A little bit of a slideshow, but
Yeah.
we got
Looks
most of
like
it.
Tonus is about 1 Styx ahead at the moment.
And at this point, if I know Riz, he's just going to be dodging menus. Big anti-menu runner. So here he is heading into a non-menu mini boss, hopefully into another non-mini boss, non-menu tunnel. Those menus,
If
as you
we-
mentioned earlier, they really add up over time. So you want to
That they
minimize
do.
them, especially when the boons that you get aren't going to do that much for you at this point in the run.
Yeah, generally, like in RTA, if you think about it, a menu takes anywhere from 4 to 8 seconds, depending on how much you have to think. And if whatever you're picking up out of that menu isn't going to save you 4 to 8 seconds, it's a time loss.
And Tonus rejecting the rod. It's kind of interesting. I know he's been quite the fan of Infernal Soul recently, just because of how much faster it makes Tartarus. One upside or downside of it, depending on how you look at it, is that it opens up Lightning Rod, which might not be a duo you're looking for. But given that he already has all the duos he wants, I think Rod wouldn't have been the worst take there. Either
Sure.
way,
Did you see what he took over it, by the way? I didn't
he
pick
took
up.
he took Deadly Flourish.
Deadly Flourish?
It's a
Oh,
little bit of extra damage with that Heart Rend, but you know,
I guess.
I think he just wants to make a decision and move on with his life.
Very fair. Tonus actually coming in here with the nice, something that's nice to pick if you already have a call, which is the Acorn. Something that Acorn does is it allows you to not get hit stunned through some of Hades' attacks, and something that Nemesis actually can struggle with is that if you get hit stunned in the middle of one of your dash strike combos, it can actually kind of knock you out of your rhythm and cause you to mess up your dash strike. So the Acorn really helping him just keep on keeping on Hades in the first couple of phases and absolutely melting here.
And this isn't quite an insurmountable lead yet. Phase 1 was a little bit messy for Tonus, losing that Acorn very, very early, but he finishes off Dad pretty handily as Rist is working on that first phase.
That's right, 1546 the clear, which is a very solid clear.
Very, very solid time.
Looking like, again, Rist is just about a Hades phase behind at the moment, but making the best of it. A little bit of some slop here on the second phase, taking 2 pot shots, but should be able to clean up real quick here. Doesn't even actually
And
take
there it
that second DD.
Good for him. Heading straight
Proud of you,
into
buddy.
Hera.
That's right. Closing out at 16-18, so that looks like to be about a 33-second lead, if I'm mathing that correct.
Ooh. And here we have our second Hera run of the tournament. Tonus taking Rocket Bomb first hammer over, interestingly enough, taking it over Hazard Bomb, which
I think
has
you
recently...
mean Hestia.
Yeah, sorry, Hestia. And
Gotcha. I was just getting a little confused.
recently, Hazard Bomb's become a favorite of many Hestia players just because it's a lot of damage. It's like plus 300% base damage.
That's right. I'm still out of I'm far from a Hestia player, I will say, but I have been a little bit shaky on it myself because it seems to have complete anti-synergy with
Tidal Dash.
with Tidal Dash. Like that seems to be something that's actually worth considering sometimes. It's
It is
like,
quite
yeah,
odd.
you have one source of AoE, like massive AoE, but it's kind of slow, and you get rid of your other source of AoE by using it. So
my
not
guess
really
is that Tonus is completely he's putting his eggs in one basket. He's high rolling cluster rockets. Cluster rockets best on Eris, but good on just about every other rail too, except Lucifer.
Yeah. Yeah, except Lucifer because he can't get it. But Lucifer does have triple bomb, and triple bomb on Lucifer is pretty gnarly. So we'll see if we see Rist pick that up during this run.
Already having picked up a pretty early rare Jolted, that's going to help shore up his damage quite a lot.
Absolutely. There's a couple of different things that you want to be able to shore up your damage on Lucifer. Rare Jolted is one of them, as you are going to be constantly applying Jolted with that laser beam attack. And then another one is just some sort of powerful special augment or tidal dash. Basically,
Exactly.
something to help boost your non-attack damage in those little moments where you have to reload.
Tonus not really finding the best Tartarus for Hestia. Picking up different league and positive outlook. Not sure those are the boons he was looking for. Um, in any case, still maintaining this steady lead.
That's right. Probably looking for Heartbreak Flourish off of that Aphrodite, considering that the general build for Hestia ends up taking the Heartbreak Flourish into Heartrend combo. But unfortunately unable to find it here.
Just that, interestingly enough, I've seen a lot of Hestia players like Old McDonald and others take Heartbreak Strike if it's high enough rarity. Just because the argument is you need the early damage, and Hestia can scale into Smoldering Air anyway. Because your boss damage is going to struggle either way.
That's a very interesting play. Very, very interesting play. Also, another interesting play on the side of Wrist is he palmed Storm Lightning. So, don't know if that was intentional. If it was, Wrist is a meme god. Anyway, yeah, I think that the Heartbreak Strike stuff, it does sometimes have trouble scaling, but you're right, that Smoldering Air is so powerful that it is often worth the risk of your
And
main attack damage.
Wrist taking Triple Bomb, not taking a trial with Splitting Bolt online. It's a little bit interesting. Trials notably pretty slow, but you know, if your potential reward is Splitting Bolt, I'm not sure. It could be worth it.
Could be, but Wrist might also be thinking that he's just behind and needs to not take things that are slow enough that he
Actively
could
slowing
get
him down.
really hard punished.
And there's a Deadly Flourish to go with his Triple Bomb.
Absolutely. Deadly Flourish, the best thing to get with Triple Bomb, because the more bombs you have, the more chance for those juicy bomb crits. So Triple Bomb can easily do massive damage if you can land a lot of the crit bombs on top of somebody.
One really nice thing
Like
about Triple
that.
Bomb is that Lucifer automatically detonates your bombs if there are more than 3 on the field. So if you just shoot out a volley of 3 and then shoot out another volley, they'll just all detonate at once.
Oh, I actually didn't know that.
It's pretty synergistic. Triple Bomb with Lucifer's kit.
Very
Tonus,
cool.
unfortunately, not finding anything from Hermes. Settling for attack speed, which actually just does nothing for Hestia.
Yeah,
Unfortunately,
I guess it has like fringe. It has like fringe benefit in Tartarus, but we're a little late for that.
The way that attack speed interacts with things in this game, it only affects your standing strikes. It does not affect your dash strikes at all, which are pretty much all you're doing.
Yeah, it's like there's a reason why attack speed is not very good once you get to the speedrunning level. It's just like it's mostly like, it has some fringe benefit on something like Achilles, but generally not going to be that useful.
Wrist actually running one of the few weapons where attack speed does something. Opting probably correctly for hyper sprint instead, opening up hyper delivery.
Yes, the namesake of this tournament, and also an excessively powerful boon combination. Also, going straight into a fountain in Chamber 19, which does mean that I was going to miss the mid shop. So
He's going to
get
miss
the
his mid shop.
room.
Getting Eurydice into fountain though, I don't know if he'll complain.
No, it's one of those like, I got the fountain and I got the Eurydice, but it's a little early, and the it does mean that I'm gonna miss mid shop. So one of those free rooms isn't really a free room, so you know, you're not
Interestingly
super
enough,
happy about it, but it's still not bad.
Wrist not opting for the zero cycle power couple, a technique that he himself has been pushing as of late.
See, I am so anti zero cycle power couple at the moment.
I'm
Once
not sure
there's
if it's a
consistent
race thing
setup.
or if he simply he didn't think he had the time to get it off. I've seen him try it a few times in this tournament with varying levels of success.
Varying levels. That's what I thought it was going to be. It's like, yeah, I don't. He probably didn't hit that many of them, now did he? I did, yeah. It's really cool when it works, and it can save some nice time, but is a little inconsistent because it requires you to do arcane geometry on the fly to try and make it work.
Mm-hmm. And Tone is picking up a nice Artemis special to go with his Artemis attack.
Full crit,
if he
baby.
runs into cluster rockets, this will pay off big time.
Oh yeah. I mean, full crit is not something we see very often, but when we do, oh boy.
Risk
It's like a
finding
true
Mirage Shot on another non-cast weapon. For I believe the third time this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, that's a risk you take when playing Artemis Poseidon. It's just occasionally Mirage Shot comes up and you're like, ah, yes, thank you. I
The
wanted
boon that I've
this."
tried so hard to find on every other weapon.
Yeah, it's like, why don't you show up on Hera? Why do you show up on Eris? Please stop. Oh god, those triple bomb crits are just juicy.
They're gigantic. Every single. I will say there's a little bit of inefficiency here. I'm not sure if it's a. I'm not sure if it's a controller thing or if it's a wrist thing. He is shooting one volley of triple bombs per head. He probably doesn't need to do that.
Yeah,
The heads will probably go down to much fewer than one bomb, or much fewer than 3 bombs.
yeah, I think that's partially a controller thing. Just because controllers, it's tougher to aim your triple bomb. Like aiming your triple bomb, I will say, as someone who has played a decent amount of Lucifer but does not like it very much because of playing on controller. It's a tough experience. Also, Tonus did not get cluster rockets, but did end up picking up piercing fire, which is very solid on Hestia and is getting some very nice free rooms. So Tonus looking very solid.
Finding the Zeus's aid in his fountain. It looks like he's actually hoping for a smoldering air. Might be a little bit late with a 5-god pool, but with Hestia, it's a weapon that builds call very, very slowly. One of its very few weaknesses. And, the argument is that smoldering is the only way you're going to get to use a call anyway, so you might as well force it.
Absolutely. And also, I mean, Zeus Call is still very strong even without Smoldering Air. If you're going to have any call, I think both Zeus and Hades Call have their merit, but they're both going to be pretty equally strong. So picking one up does give you other options and keepsakes that you can take, and is going to be just a fine pickup. Also, a couple of things picked up for Wrist while we were talking. Wrist ended up getting targeting system, which is perfect with the triple bomb, and gets a common rush delivery here, which is very good.
And heading into a Poseidon with D-Storm open. Meanwhile,
yeah.
Tonus picking up another lightning rod in this still very, very early tournament.
Not denying the rod this time.
I can see it. On Hestia, it just gets a little bit of that extra AoE that you might be lacking. Helps clean up some of those flame wheels and eyes. Risk getting his own Zeus fountain.
And also just picking up Sea Storm. So very solid rolls to try and pick up. I would assume Splitting Bolt, doesn't see it, ends up picking up something. I actually just missed what it was.
I think he picked up Cloud of Judgment.
Over Billowing Strength? Oh my god,
Something
Wrist.
like that.
RTA Brain! Pick thing, go fast.
Lucifer, that weapon that really, really wants global damage.
Yeah.
Passing up a Billowing might be a little bit of just a brain fart.
Yeah.
Either way, it's not going to hurt him too much, what with the rush delivery.
Yeah, it already has global damage, isn't too bad. Also, rolling over a Tonus rolling over a hydraulic might. Very interesting choice.
Yeah, it's interesting for a weapon that's mostly an attack and special weapon. Can't really say I know what he was looking for. Perhaps maybe like a breaking wave for sticks.
Potentially. He also ended up picking up a wave pounding off that. Also, Wrist not quite getting the free, or not quite. let me actually restart exactly what I was saying. Rist catching up a little bit because even though some of his luck over the course of this run hasn't been quite as good as Tonus, he did end up getting a Patty on 33 and then Armored Witches on 34, which is a very solid set of rooms. So making up a little bit of time, able to close that gap just slightly. And doing absolutely massive damage. This is probably going to be a faster Heroes fight than what we saw out of Tonus, due to just the rush delivery, the triple bomb, and the Zeus kit.
This is pretty much the ideal Lucifer build here. This is exactly what you want to see.
Yeah, Sea Storm. I mean, I guess the only thing that's left is that splitting bolt, but who knows if we'll see it.
And this is a little bit of the problem with Hestia, is if you don't run into any of your main scaling options, you know, Smoldering Air, Heartrend, or Chaos, boss fights can kind of feel like a slog at times. You just shoot things and nothing dies.
Also, something that I've noticed is that Hestia is... Styx is tough. Styx is tough on Hestia.
Styx is quite tough. And I imagine that's what prompted Tonus to roll over that Hydromite for that breaking wave. Probably. That being said, Hydromite also helps out quite a bit with Styx. Since it activates in each chamber. That
is true. So who knows? Maybe that's a choice to talk to the Hestia gurus about later. The Tonus is still going through pretty quickly, but we can definitely see the difference in builds here between how quickly Rist is absolutely massacring these rooms versus Tonus sometimes taking a while to kill things like the big rats.
And I've got to say it's a little bit surprising. Chambers. Dunk, did you expect Rist to be making back ground on Lucifer against a Hestia?
No, not in the slightest.
Lucifer not blessed with being one of the faster weapons in the game.
Well,
but you know,
actually,
when
you know
get
what?
all the nuts,
I'm actually gonna counter. I actually was a little more. I think I was a little more in favor of Lucifer than some people might be because I played in Hermes Cup 3. And Hermes Cup 3, Lucifer was in the pool and put up some pretty staggering times in the hands of people like Bablo and Webbs. So
that it did. And my eyes might be deceiving me, but it looks like they're neck and neck.
Oh my god, they are. They are actually on essentially the same chamber. 49 to 50 it looks like Tonus is a chamber ahead, but actually Rist just got one chamber fewer in Styx, which is a possibility. So they are actually on the same chamber at the moment.
And Rist is demolishing these Styx chambers.
Yeah, you can see that it actually takes multiple title dashes for Tonus to be able to kill something like a Bother, whereas Rist is just walking in, holding attack, and everything dies.
Getting a lot of help from that, oh my gosh, look at that picture perfect. Fountain pickup from both of them, heading into that at the same time. Rist buying that splitting bolt from Chop.
Incredible!
Does cost him a few seconds, but you're not upset, it's a splitting bolt.
Yeah, definitely going to make up that time on the fight. Costs probably about 8 seconds to go over into the shop and buy, but getting a splitting bolt, the splitting bolt is certainly going to save more than 8 seconds on this fight.
And here is absolutely where we're going to see a little bit of the differential in terms of boss damage.
Indeed. Let's see how this goes. Opening up on a Meg for one of them. Wait, Rist is Megging, but a little bit late. Ends up missing it as the dad does an instant darkness.
Oh no, you do not want to see that. Fortunately for him, he's got a lot of damage. FaZe is dead anyway.
Now we can see the Splitting Bolt starting to come in. Splitting Bolt is going to be working on that Sea Storm as well. So every dash is in fact getting Splitting Bolt damage.
Every dash, every shot, and it's all getting amplified by that rush delivery and billowing. And Dad just melts.
The targeting system.
Dad just melts. And Rist has pulled ahead of Tonus.
That he has. Pretty incredible right here. Looking like, oh my god, look at this absolutely massive melting damage as he crushes Dad's phases. The triple bomb, the splitting bolt, the Sea Storm, it's all coming together to be a disgusting build. And that is Rist pulling it out, ends up pulling back the 30 seconds that he had. He was behind on Tonus, and is now in the lead.
Mm-hmm. Heading into third weapon Hera, not getting to play his beloved Beowulf. Tonus, seeing what happened during Rist and Huli's match yesterday, thinks better of letting Rist settle for a comfort pick, taking it out of the lineup.
That's right. I mean, this is what happens when you're a weapon specialist. I didn't get to play Achilles until Hermes Cup Finals, and that's only because we had no bans. So when you're a weapon specialist, you gotta be able to play other things, because you gotta expect that your opponents will ban out whatever you're good at.
Mm-hmm.
Still very close though. 33-52 coming, or 32-57 coming out of the first, or the second run for Wrist, and 33-20 coming out of the second weapon for Tonus. So looking to be about a 30-second differential, the opposite direction this time.
Absolutely. And really, given that Tonus entered the dad fight earlier, this is just about everything that we can expect from like a Hestia dad fight. And really, it'll come down to how Tonus rolls on Beowulf. Hera, known as a pretty consistent option. Recently, Beowulf has gotten maligned in multi-weapon circles for being slightly inconsistent compared to Hera. Still a very consistent weapon. The problem is when you don't run into any of your scaling options. Speaking of scaling options, both of them finding good things from Chaos.
That's right. We have +1 cast on the side of Tonus and epic cast damage on the side of Wrist. So both of them out to a pretty nice start. Neither of them seeing a god that they want early, though. We see a Dionysus on the side of Wrist, which is one of the few gods. Like, Hera can use a lot of gods. Dionysus, not one of them.
And this is a pretty unideal room for Tonus. You don't want to run into these armored guys until later in the biome, when you have your casts at a reasonable level to chunk through that armor.
Yeah, you're going to need several palms in your cast on going into buying the second.
Finding a natural Artemis.
That natural Artemis is huge here.
Absolutely.
Risk taking an Eris attack? Oh no, don't do it. Maybe he's going for the cell play.
And this Tonus fumbling a little bit with the sneak fight. Probably it's a pretty classic thing on Beowulf. You miss the sneak on the first pass, and then suddenly he's running circles around you, especially with that minus movement speed. Risk picking up explosive shot, which is a little bit of a weird take if he's going to go for this merciful end Hera strategy.
Instantly punished for his Ares attack. Picking up an Artemis with explosive shot, but not seeing the replacement. So having to take Deadly Flourish, which means that his build's a little bit of a nombo at the moment, but isn't sad to see the Artemis, considering that he is going to want to be going for Mirage Shot. In fact, they're both wanting to go for Mirage Shot, so natural Arties for both is pretty amazing.
That being said, Tonus does have a little bit of a slight edge here in terms of build. Just because, one of the main strengths of Flood Flare Beowulf is that you just get that Mirage Shot online so much quicker. He's going to be able to slap on that Artemis Keepsake into Asphodel and hopefully find it somewhere early there.
That's right. Which, honestly, now he's just trying to solve some of his palm problems, because at the moment you can see that he only has a level 3 flood shot, level 3 common flood shot, or flood flare, and that is a little on the weak side. Flood Flare's biggest weakness is that it doesn't have particularly good base damage. Its base damage is pretty poopy. So you got to get a solid number of palms into it to be able to make it really do the damage you want.
And this has not been the Tartarus of his dreams. Sometimes this just happens on Beowulf. You wake up and suddenly you're leaving Tartarus at a later time than you would like.
Yeah. It's a bit unfortunate, but he is going to be exiting Tartarus, probably going to be coming in around 4 minutes, I would assume, and probably holding stable behind Wrist, not losing any time, not gaining any time.
Weirdly enough, Wrist actually forcing Demeter into Asphodel with Mirage Shot right open.
Now, here's the thing. Wrist is an old school player. He is along with me in the played in the beta days club. And in the beta days, we all were, the way that we thought of this build, uh, this Hera build, was that it really only needed two things. It needs Crush Shot and Snowburst, right? And I think sometimes people who played in those days still get into the mindset that that's all you need.
That's fair.
And I think modern innovations in how you build this weapon have taught us that you want to be trying to go directly for the Mirage Shot, and that Snowburst is really kind of not that important until Elysium. So Mirage Shot is going to be much more important for doing things like killing Lerny very quickly. But maybe he feels like because he has the epic cast damage, he doesn't need the bonus damage.
Extremely
and
unlucky
he can
for
just try
Tonus.
and go for the old route.
Tonus rolling twice on that Artemis, a non-mini boss, not finding Mirage Shot somehow, some way.
Very unfortunate.
Speaking of not finding Mirage Shot, Risk rolling for Mirage Shot on that Poseidon mini boss, not finding it, but finding a fountain
Oh
instead.
my god. 21 Fountain, absolutely wild here.
Tonus losing
Looking-
some of these cast stones here and there in Asphodel.
Yeah.
There are some awkward positions on Beowulf where you realize you need one more cast stone than you have, and you have to go, jogging back to the last one.
Yeah, a little bit awkward. Luckily has a lot of cast stones, so is able to lose a few and not be too put out. Tonus getting another Poseidon rolling and not seeing it, seeing Breaking Wave instead. While Wrist picks up Mirage Shot. This is looking pretty
Yeesh.
bad for Tonus.
And Breaking Wave is kind of an interesting pickup because I think I probably would have gone for Razor Shoals there. Breaking Wave actually opens up Second Wave, the Poseidon Legendary that actually does nothing.
Yep.
Ooh, and Tonus is forced to take a Cord Boon from Demeter. Not the worst thing since it doesn't open any duos here, but still not ideal. Looking
No,
for
and
Ravenous Will or Snowburst.
that's right. I am. I think you only really make the second wave mistake once or twice before you go. Like you get punished with second wave once or twice before you go. I really should stop taking breaking wave on this weapon, because also something about breaking wave is there's so little knockback on the cast that it's so unlikely you actually get breaking waves off with anything but your dash strikes that it starts to get a little funky. But Tonus trying to rally here.
Stop. Hoping for one more chance at Mirage Shot here.
Come on, let's see what it is. Ugh.
It's an Aphrodite.
Oh, doesn't even get the palm into the cast. I'm seeing it's looking like curtains for Tonus at this point. This has been some extraordinarily bad luck on this Beowulf run. I think we might be seeing what the multi-wet players, myself included, have been maligning, Beowulf for.
There's
Yeah.
a little bit. It's been talked about as a consistent weapon for just by virtue of being a cast weapon. The only issue is you have one major way to scale, Mirage Shot, and if you don't get it, you're crying.
I think so. Here's a thought about this. I think that Beowulf has gotten less consistent for us the faster we've gotten as a community.
Mhm.
Because back when we were expecting times in the 16 to 1630 range, Beowulf was an extraordinarily consistent weapon because it can do that pretty much no matter what. But now when we're in this world of expecting, like, if you're at the top levels of competition, you're looking for 14-minute runs, then like Beowulf is starting to struggle because it needs a lot to get to the 14-minute run range.
And that's fumbling a little bit with the Purging Well. That's a 830 Asphodel for Tonus. I know he's not happy with that.
No, absolutely not. A player of Tonus's caliber coming out at an 830 is not something he's going to be happy with.
Not ideal. Getting that Nectar into a Chaos, though. He has one last chance to really find some nice damage scaling.
That's right. Let's see if he can pick something up. Getting another cast. I mean, 5 casts isn't bad.
5 casts is a
But-
lot. Hopefully you get something that makes these casts actually do damage, though.
That's right, because hitting with a couple of casts and not killing these archers is really sad.
It is quite sad.
While on the other hand, we have kind of having it all on the side of Wrist. Wrist has Mirage Shot, now has Heartrend, has Explosive Shot, Triple Shot, has a has Snowburst, like a wealth of things on the side of Wrist 13.
Not rolling that Artemis. Did he just not think he had any rolls? I'm a little
I
bit curious.
don't know.
He's still hunting for that Mirage Shot.
Yeah, going into this Asterius mini boss now, one more chance at the Mirage Shot.
And this Asterius is going to hurt. He's
Man.
got to play this super carefully.
Yeah, this may have been a reason to roll on the shop because this Asterius, not only is it going to hurt because of the Chaos Curse that he's taken, because he did take a damage when you cast Chaos Curse, but also it just does not fucking die.
And this is a painful Asterius fight. Asterius has these awkward moments where he just jumps over your cast. And we're in penalty box territory for Tonus.
That we are, down to 0 DDs.
With that cast damage curse still active for one more room.
Come on, please give us a Mirage.
Not finding
Oh.
Mirage Shot, filling all his core boon slots with Artemis boons. This is a nightmare scenario for Beowulf players.
That's right. This is terrifying. Is Tonus has to be on God's Legacy, right?
He has to be on
Like,
against Legacy.
he
I saw him
has to be
switch
on
before
God's
the
Legacy.
race.
Okay, then I just didn't see him switch. Ah man, this is painful. You know how when Wrist said earlier on that Tonus needed to have some really bad luck?
This
for,
is it.
This is it.
Wrist is looking at
Why you
his really bad luck.
Yeah, this is why you never count anybody out in Hades.
It's an any given
Oh.
day thing, and
Oh,
there's the
no!
penalty box.
Oh dear. Oh, Tonus.
There's our penalty box as Wrist finishes off heroes.
Yeah, it's looking like this is curtains.
Unlucky.
Wrist would have to lose all 3 DDs and penalty box like 4 times for this
Yeah.
to come back. So it was a very close race up until the very end. 30 seconds of difference one way or another between the two racers. Monstrous Lucifer run coming out from Wrist in the second run, and not the best Hestia run coming out from Tonus just due to the sort of like boon RNG of the run. So we ended up really seeing some great stuff over the course of this 3 weapons, and only really came down to this the Mirage Shot RNG on the last.
And I gotta
weapon.
say, this is really going to be quite a spectacular time for Wrist. Might even
Seriously.
sub 50 for the second day in a row.
That would be very nice. I mean, Wrist often likes to give the sort of like, oh, I'm washed thing, but he is still a very good player, capable of some very solid times.
It's the snake in the grass. You lull your opponents into a false sense of security, and then you just pop off on a random 3 weapons run.
Absolutely. I mean, I think every Hermes Cup, I said that I was the underdog, and then I happened to win, so I understand the strategy.
And Tonus getting a little bit of help from downtown, finding that Patty,
That's right.
getting all his DDs back. Only one
No-
penalty box, hopefully, for this run.
Yeah, no more penalty boxes, please. Taking the Hermes, I probably should have taken the shop just to maybe get Mirage Shot, but I don't think it really matters at this point.
At this point, I would say Tonus has forsaken this. I think it's safe to say he's forsaken this Beowulf run, and in all fairness, I would too.
I'm pretty
mad
sure the
respect-
Beowulf run forsook him first.
Yes. Mad respect for him just shaking off that Infinity D, playing out the run. But yeah, very unfortunate RNG there.
Very, very unfortunate. Well, we're looking at Rist coming into his third path. I believe the sack is on its way. And then we are going to see what this build that he's assembled can do in the Hades fight. Coming in, grabbing an Aphrodite, and we're going to see, oh, Sweet Surrender picked up for that extra global damage. We're going to see what kind of shenanigans
Finding
he
greater
gets up
recall
to.
from finding greater recall from the Hermes. Buying that Hermes, absolutely the correct choice. He has both greater recall and hyper delivery open, and heads into the dad fight.
That's right. No more getting latted with his casts. If he shoots them all the way into that lake, they will come right back to him.
Yep.
All right. Opening up on this Hades fight with a whoa my god!
A complete
Massive
phase on
damage.
Hades. And you got that Braid of Atlas, you have that triple explosive shot. Wrist is not hurting for damage at all.
I will say, it always sucks when you try to do the like swanky instant phase and you
Mhm.
pop your dad call and then he instantly darknesses and your cast.
Oh, he just
explode the
Charlie
ads.
Brown you. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Charlie Brown's you. That's a good way to put it.
The second time, Dad doesn't do it. All of Risk cast landing instant phases that last phase of Dad.
Whoa. It does shoot the cast a little bit early in that phase, still hits him in invuln, but it doesn't matter. This is going down
This
crazy
is over.
fast.
And
Not quite sub 50, but still very close.
not quite sub 50, very, very close race.
Ugh. And Tonus, oh, this is really sad over on the side of Tonus. I hate
And
to
I
say
think
it,
that's if I'm not mistaken, I think that's a third giant rat for Tonus in this race.
but yeah.
Very unlucky.
Giant
Since Tiny
rats,
Vermin's removed from the pool, Giant Rat is probably the worst mini boss you can find.
Yeah. I mean, it's got a gazillion health. Like, something about Giant Rat is that most of its health bar is armor. Like, it doesn't have that much health once you can get through its armor, but its armor is absolutely massive. And the problem with it having a lot of armor is that, well, armor doesn't allow you to hit stun or knock them around as much. So you are just sort of grinding away at this armor for a very long time until you can finally manage to barely eke out a kill. Let's see,
Finding second wave.
Oh.
Pausing for a second, wondering what exactly he did wrong, and moving on with his life.
The answer is take breaking wave.
The answer is take breaking.
Oh my god, that's so painful.
A very, very, very unfortunate Beowulf run. And I know Tonus is just going to be complaining about Beowulf for the next day and a half.
Oh yeah, indeed. Tonus is going to go right into the multi-weapon chat on the Hades speedrunning Discord and is going to say something about how Beowulf is awful, and we're all
Beowulf
just
is
going to
the
have to
least
deal with it.
consistent weapon in a multi-weapon lineup.
Yeah.
And he might have a case here.
Yeah, you might actually be right.
Having the equivalent of a fully loaded from Chaos, not enough to do any damage to Dad.
That's yeah. Oh god, the equivalent of a fully loaded. Oh lord. Fully loaded's really good, but only if you already have Mirage Shot, and if you don't, yikes. Taking a DD, but it's not going to be too much of a problem. Just trying to get through this phase and close out the run. Honestly, given the luck in this run for Tonus, I am surprised that he's going to be coming in like the 53-ish range. Like,
It's been a
very
very
incredible
unfortunate
play.
back-to-back runs.
yeah. But, I
That
mean,
being
Tonus
said-
is an incredible player, so.
Yeah, maintaining a little bit of that composure, finishing off this Beowulf run.
Let's see how long it takes.
I gotta say, an absolutely stellar Lucifer run and Hera run really pulled this over the top for Wrist.
Yeah, seriously. Well, let's go first to Tonus. Tonus, how do you feel that run went? Talk to us. See if Tonus is here. If
Am I back?
Tonus. Yes, you
Yeah,
are.
back.
There you are.
Okay. Yeah, this is how it sometimes goes with something stupid like Beowulf. I think people should maybe learn some real shields like Zeus shield, right?
Probably.
Yeah, no, it's fine. The Hestia was kind of embarrassing because you could really see that I'm not so used to playing it, and I didn't really get the things that help out when you don't really know how to play the aspect like cluster rockets or anything. So Nemesis was alright.
Yeah.
No, nothing to say about that.
I
Just as
gotcha.
was a solid
Well, it was a solid run. Very unfortunate Beowulf there. We were rooting for you to get Mirage shot on all of those rolls, and
Nothing happened. Then I opened up second wave, and the moment I
Yeah.
noticed it, Seagull mentioned it in the chat, and I was like, "Fuck!" They noticed it too.
Yeah. As soon as you opened second wave, in fact, actually, right as you took breaking wave earlier, Bright noted like adding second wave to his pool.
Yeah,
and
yeah. I tried to sell it
hoped you
like
wouldn't
20
see it.
times.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what you were
Every-
looking for. I see.
Yeah, I tried to sell it real bad. And let's see. Yeah, penalty box was I saw in the chat that I was behind, so I took the gamble of getting the another cast stone for the bad curse, and it didn't pay off. But I
Who can
felt
blame you?
like that was something I should try at least.
It's a little bit necessary. Yeah, understand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, great run anyway. And let's toss it over to the victor, Wrist 13. How do you feel that run went, Wrist?
Let's fucking go! Oh, dude, that was so. I kind of pulled it through in Nemesis again. Blessed Nemesis run. We did find double edge yet again, and we got a natural Athena. We didn't get the special, which sucks, but we were able to. We had a decent build. It wasn't as good as our last build, and I made a lot of mechanical. You're probably pointing out in my Nemesis run my numerous mechanical mistakes, which would be absolutely fair because I was making them. The Lucifer run was pretty blessed with the triple bomb, and that last run,
I was
I had a
gonna
good
say
time.
that Lucifer run was almost picture perfect for a Lucifer run.
Yeah, your build was
It was nice.
incredible on Lucifer. Storm Lightning Splitting Bolt, or Storm Lightning to Splitting Bolt, even though Splitting Bolt was late, but you had Sea Storm and Triple Bomb and Crit Bombs. It was crazy.
Yeah, that was good. The triple bomb was I got all the juice that I needed to keep going. It's funny because I'm really inexperienced with Lucifer. I'm pretty bad if Webbs were watching, and thank goodness he's not. He'd probably have a few words to say about my Lucifer mechanics. I definitely ran out of ammo and clicked a few times, and tried to press my special button when it wasn't there. And I know you guys certainly caught the Zero Dad Meg, one of a kind. I think I've been doing the zero. I've been doing a lot of zero megs. The zero megs, the zero satyr meg last time. I think.
I gotta ask, Chris.
Yeah.
Because you've been pushing this zero cycle power couple for quite a while, and I
Yeah.
couldn't help but notice that you yourself did not do a zero cycle power couple meg. Is the zero cycle dead?
It's not dead. So the problem. Okay, so the first couple. No, the first time the heads were too far away, and with a melee weapon doesn't really matter then, I don't think, or I don't like risking it. The second time I actually definitely could have because the head spawned right nearby, but there was so much flashing shit on the screen I just couldn't see. I didn't trust myself with what my eyeballs were seeing because there's splash dash, there's the zaps, and there's the bombs. And the last one, I think it was the same sort of deal. I don't like it. I don't like doing it when they're so far away. I do need to practice the angles like you do. If I do that, I'll actually get consistent. But till
you heard it
then,
here,
I'll only
folks.
do them easily.
If there's too much shit on the screen, don't do the zero cycle, or
If-
maybe
if
just don't do
they're-
the zero cycle.
if they're right
Just don't
next
do
to
the
each
zero
other,
cycle. I'm gonna give it that one.
if they're right next to each other, which happens sometimes, you can take that
It happens
opportunity to
sometimes.
save time. If they're too
Mhm.
far away, I think it's generally neutral.
Yeah, I actually think that you're probably like if I go out of meme mode for a second, like the zero cycle seems to be at its best when they're pretty close to one another,
Mhm.
because you
Yeah.
don't have to worry about the sort of like meg delay, because meg does have like
Yeah.
a timing delay on when all of the circles explode.
Yeah.
The meg timing delay can just miss the other one. It's a little too risky, but if they're close, and you can get the angle down, it seems
You can
like it's
get
pretty
you can
good.
get sneak fight speeds if you if they're near each other and use zero cycle. But like
Right.
past that, I think it's generally pretty neutral. But you know,
Yeah.
your mileage may vary. Test it out, have fun. There's definitely some merit to it, but you know, don't do it all the time.
Okay. Well, with that, congratulations, Wrist. Tonus, we'll see you back for the third place match, and we'll throw it to a quick ad break.
Well, welcome back to the second of the Hyper Delivery semifinals. We are going to be here with Ananke and Seagull. As always, I am Doug Zero, and I'm joined by Bright01.
Howdy, folks.
So
And-
let's bring in our competitors right away.
And we have with us Ananke and Seagull. Ananke, how you doing?
Hello. Better than yesterday. That's a start. Hoping for. Well, I mean, I feel like I've kind of rolled around at the very bottom of the mud pit already. I've seen the lowest of the abyss of Tartarus, so I'm maybe feeling kind of rejuvenated that it's only up from here, right? We'll see how it goes.
And Seagull, how are you doing?
I'm doing pretty well. Looking for a big win today because that way I don't have to race immediately after this one for the third place match. That's really what I'm after
The
here.
biggest win. Whew.
All right. Well, with that, the honor of the biggest win, we'll see who gets it here. Starting out with Ananke, what is your pool going to be?
My pool for today will be Nemesis Sword, Beowulf Shield, Hera Bow, and Hestia Rail.
A classic. What are you going to ban out of this pool, Seagull?
All right, so Anaka just posted in his Discord. He posted a 3-sack hybrid delivery practice run on Hestia, 3 sacks, 1430, and I'm still banning Hera
And why is that?
because he's good at Hera, and Hestia is just not that consistent. So
All right.
let's see
And
how it
Seagull,
goes.
what about your lineup?
Well, I'm going to mix things up a little bit with the Nemesis Sword, Beowulf Shield, Hera Bow, and Hestia Rail.
No, look at that.
Spicy. Very spicy. And I think it goes without saying, I've said this to Seagull already, that simply not banning Hestia Rail would give him the emotional victory that he wants, and I can't do that as his competitor. So goodbye, Hestia Rail.
Bad, but I respect the play.
Someday
it's
Seagull will
only-
get to play Hestia in a tournament format.
It's only being
If I
fair.
can.
I mean, are you sure? Because I think as long as Seagull brings it, it ain't gonna happen.
Well,
Unless we have, like, an all-weapons
last type of delivery, people were foolish enough to let me play it every time,
That's
True.
true.
or
It was-
kind enough.
I
It
banned
did not
Beowulf.
work out well for them. So, in any case, let's get our starting seeds figured out and get our mirrors and our keepsakes ready and head on over to the Pact of Punishment.
Let's do it.
Okay, I will be leaving the voice.
Okay, good luck.
Protect
Got it.
down, please. Good luck to you too.
All
Okay,
right.
looks like they both
Well
prefer
then.
text.
Yeah, and as soon as they're on the pact, which they both appear to be, Bright, count us in.
Sure. 3, 2, 1, and go.
Fan frickin' tastic. And
All
they're
right,
off.
and they're on.
Now, no shenanigans this time, like we saw from Wrist, which did end up working out for him, but still, both of them going directly for the crit double edge Artemis attack build. No, nothing funky here.
No funny business.
No funny business. Get us the good hammer. Get us a good build. Let's get moving.
And I gotta wonder because Seagull has said before, not to lend legitimacy to this Olympians favor strategy that's been making rounds recently, but Seagull has said before that he does think it's correct if you know there's a chaos coming for you. With these mods, you don't. You have no idea if there's a chaos. So my guess is that he is running Dark Foresight, but it remains to be seen.
Olympians favor?
His argument is that you don't need that many boons, and you need specifically rare plus chaos, dash strike, or attack damage.
I guess, but
Again, I'm not sure if
like
I agree.
yeah,
But there is
like
an argument.
personally, as someone who's played, and I do not say this lightly, way too much Nemesis.
Mm-hmm.
I would say that the number of Artemis boons you need makes it so that you generally would prefer Dark Foresight, because
Fair enough.
you just need to have as many boon chances as possible to find all those Artemis boons.
Speaking of Artemis boons, Ananke finding 3 by mini boss, picking up that epic Hunter Dash and epic Hunter's Mark in Tartarus.
That's right. That's actually crazy. That's ridiculous.
insane.
Like, if you Epic Hunter Dash is basically like a rare Hermie or a rare Chaos Dash Strike, so able to pick that up. Also, I believe Ananke, I don't know if it was Ananke or Seagull that ended up picking up a Chaos with a common Chaos attack. So
I believe that's Ananke's coming right
Yeah.
off right there.
there it is. So Ananke is starting out with an absolutely monstrous build here.
Mhm.
Uh,
Meanwhile, Seagull's not quite hurting for damage yet. You know, in Tartarus, the disparity between 2 different double-edged builds isn't really going to be apparent. Picking up that natural Aphrodite. I wonder if he takes
Yeah.
this extension Chaos.
I don't know. So there's an argument for it. The biggest issue, so in something like IGT, an extension Chaos maybe adds a couple of seconds to the run. It's really not so bad. But in RTA, there's a lot of animations associated with Extension Chaos. It actually is to the point where Extension Chaos is about as long, if not longer, than a whole like early chamber, like a room 2
Right.
to room 3 chamber.
Pays off though,
So-
finds that common dash strike Chaos.
Yeah,
Um,
that is, that is going to be helpful, and Seagull does have a little bit of a lead at the moment, so is able to push that a little bit. Ooh, natural
Ananke also
Aphrodite
finding a
here.
natural Aphrodite. So both of them leaving Tartarus with about very, very similar positions here.
Absolutely. Both of them have, I would say that Ananke is a little bit better set up, but Seagull still has a lot of potential here and does have that that Chaos Gate coming online pretty soon.
And a little bit of a, this could be a deciding factor in the race. Seagull has settled very early for a +1 dash. Ananke has yet to see any Hermes. If he finds, +2 dashes or like a hyper delivery, that could give him the slight edge in terms of the build.
That it could. I will note that at least in the first couple of areas, I'm seeing that Seagull's execution is looking just a little bit cleaner than Ananke's. So we'll see if that continues or if Ananke sort of like warms up into it. But his dash strikes were just looking a little bit cleaner.
This is, interestingly enough, they do leave Tartarus at exactly the same time by the splits. Ananke splitting a little bit late, or entering the race a little bit late. And that's with Seagull taking an extension Chaos. Finding
That's
that heart
right.
rend, not getting punished at all for adding Sweet Nectar and Mirage Shot to the pool.
Oh, so Ananke actually picks up +1 dash himself and is going into a Eurydice. Let's see if he takes the gamble to try and turn it into +2 dashes. That could be pretty incredible here, or just takes Refreshing Nectar to try and pick up Heartrend. I think both options were equally viable at this point.
You gotta wonder, I'm actually not sure. I think the +1 dash would be... It obviously it is a gamble. So in that way, the decision's pretty justifiable, but your Hermes
Yeah.
boons are unchangeable, right? They're going to stick with you for the rest of the run.
Right.
Whereas, yeah, the heart run's not a done deal. Steve, on the other hand, opting for the gamble.
That's right, and ends up not getting paid off, but does, still buff the Artemis attack and the Aphrodite Flourish. Does do the 0 cycle, so very
Risk,
strong
are you taking
there.
notes?
I don't think it was that much faster, but it was a little bit faster, so a decent little time save there.
Seagull showing Wrist how it's done on the big stage with the 0 cycle power couple.
Ah, yes, Wrist innovated and then was blown out of the water. Sweet Surrender picked up by Ananke over there. Not quite. It does not have Heartrend online quite yet. So the Nectar play not exactly paying off at the moment. I think, yeah, I mean, maybe the gamble wasn't good enough because Ananke does have so many boons at this point, but who knows.
Oh,
We'll see
and
if it
Seagull
pays
finding
off
that
later.
23 fountain.
23 fountain always feels so...
It's
yeah,
a little
it always feels
wonky.
so weird for me to hear. I'm like 23 fountain, isn't that end shop? I took the extension.
He took the
okay.
extension.
Let's see how fast these Lerny fights go, because we have very similar builds on both sides, but a little bit, the Heart Rend for Seagull doing a lot of damage there. Yeah, you can see that
The damage
Heart-
differential is starting to become a little bit apparent.
Exactly. That Heart Rend is one of those, like, you don't need it on a Nemesis build, but dang does it help on bosses.
One interesting thing about Heartrend is that, you know, when you have no other sources of additive damage, it's about the same as getting a common Hunter Dash. But the thing is that Hunter Dash is going to add on to your attack boon and everything. Heartrend is going to multiply all your sources of damage every time you crit. So in the end, it's going to scale a lot harder, especially when, like, both of these racers, you have things from Chaos, you have, you know, extra dashes, stuff like that.
And now a Hades call added to the mix for one of them, a Zeus being taken for the other. So a little bit of a differentiation in build. Ananke is going for a there's these two build options that you have access to on Nemesis Sword. One of them is the Smoldering Air build option, and the other is the just like let's get her done build option in a way, which is the Hades call one. Hades call build option is less reliant on boons, but has less upside, whereas the Smoldering Air build option leverages that you're already going for Aphrodite to be able to pick up Smoldering pretty easily.
Yep, and I gotta say, you know, I know Ananke really values this Zeus call, especially on crit builds. He simply doesn't think that Hades call finds enough value here, which is somewhat understandable of a position. Picking mid shop over that Chaos. What do you think about that?
I think it depends on whether or not actually okay, so here's the thing. Here's my thing here is that I think it was a good decision if he was going to be going for the Zeus in the shop, but he didn't buy the Zeus in the shop. So now I'm just confused. Right? Because the reason why you would take Zeus or a mid shop over Chaos is if you're going to try and pick up a Zeus there to pick up an early Smoldering Air. But maybe he's just trying to get a high rarity Zeus. I feel like that's less good than just picking up Smoldering Air, you know what I'm saying? Though he might still get rewarded by picking up this Aphrodite, we'll see.
I think he might have been offered a Demeter in the shop.
Was he offered a Demeter? I thought I saw a Zeus, but I may be incorrect.
Because I don't think he's filled out his god pool until just now.
Oh wow, really?
Very, very late.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, if that was a Demeter, then certainly the correct option. But yeah, I mean, not to take it, but still, yeah, like I understand the pick was to try and pick up Smoldering Air.
Rolling
Not
once, rolling
quite
twice,
seeing it.
not finding either Heartrend or Smoldering Air.
Ouch. That's a big owie ouchie. Though I guess it isn't that likely because it doesn't have God's Legacy, but you know,
A little bit of a
big
consolation. Yeah.
Yeah.
A little bit of a
big
consolation
proponent of
prize
God's
thrown his-
Pride gaming.
A big proponent of God's Pride Gaming. Just get the duos you want, he says. You know, and you know, a little bit of a consolation prize finding that fountain from that heart rune.
Absolutely. Nice to see, but isn't going to be, you know, the best thing in the universe. They are pretty close at this point, 34 to 34 in both of them, but Seagull is maintaining a little bit of a lead in the 34 room.
Unfortunate Naked Swordsman 34. But, you know, on Ananke's end, he's dealing with unarmored archers, just about the same.
Yeah, now some unarmored spearmen in the mix, which helps a little bit, but still not great.
We're getting reminded yet again that Seagull did take an extension chaos. Here is his unarmored spearman 35, which is or unarmored swordsman 35, which is just a very cursed thing.
So that I always forget that. Oh, Smoldering Air does get picked up by Ananke. Very nice.
Picking up unhealthy fixation, the one boon that you just don't want from Aphrodite.
So yeah, here's a question: would you have picked that unhealthy fixation there, or would you have just picked anything else?
I think I pick anything else. Unhealthy fixation kind of does weird things to bosses. It can make them swing
Right?
twice. Um, it's not completely ideal, I wouldn't say.
No, I agree with that. I think that unhealthy fixation is just an incorrect take. It makes you worse most of the time.
I
Though
think maybe
despite
you pick it up just to get it out of the pool and maybe find Heartrend, but at this point, how much is Heartrend really going to do? Either way,
Yeah.
Ananke finishing just ahead of Seagull and heading up into six.
That's right. Very, very close times. Looks like 11:54 exiting Elysium for Ananke and 12:08 for Seagull. So they are within a very slim margin of one another.
Mm-hmm. Which is, I'd say, about expected for a first weapon, right?
Mhm.
Ideally, for a first weapon, especially when you get to control something as powerful as Double Edge, um, there isn't too much disparity in terms of how the runs go.
That's right. And I mean, assuming that you have two very highly skilled competitors like we do here, like the first weapon is often going to be very similar.
Both of them very, very practiced on Nemesis. I know Seagull's been playing that old Nemesis 1.37 route quite a lot. Well, Ananke has been grinding Sword sub 7 for quite a while.
Yes. And I actually haven't been following it. Has he actually managed it?
He has
I
done
know
it. He tied the world record with Nemesis.
Gotcha, yeah. The Nemesis isn't played as much in multi-weapon circles these days anymore because Nemesis first fell out of favor when we all sort of, transitioned over to Achilles. But it's apparently made a little bit of a return to favor with Tonus doing some Nemesis stuff at the beginning of his all weapons runs, being the crazy person who will do Nemesis into a hammer reliant weapon, like Achilles. So madman plays there, but I don't know. It seems to be working out for him.
It seems to be working out.
Nemesis is coming back, and we're seeing some top level Nemesis play here.
Ananke missing a couple of dash strikes on the Dire Satyr, not really coming back to haunt him too much. If you don't have a summon, that Satyr's going to spawn things no matter what you try to do.
Yeah, Dire Satyr spawns faster than any other boss, I believe.
Any other boss, you'll almost always get at least one crawler.
Yeah. It's always like when you it's always kind of funny and also terrible when you do like the super fast meg into Dire Satyr kill and it spawns one crawler and the crawler animation, or one tiny rat, and it like takes so long for the tiny rat to exit the ground that you actually just lose time on the room. It's just because it lasts way longer than the death. It's an awful feeling.
Somehow Ananke's pulled quite far ahead of Seagull after an almost synchronized exit from Elysium. A couple better rooms. Some of the boss fights were a little bit easier on Ananke's side than on Seagull's.
Yeah, and also something about that Smoldering Air. Smoldering Air is just very strong and was able to clear out rooms just a little bit better at clearing out rooms than Heartrend is. Heartrend's very good on bosses, but Smoldering Air is distinctly better for rooms. Looking like about actually only gained about 4-ish seconds on that.
And I could be mistaken, but it seems like Seagull's really feeling the loss of this Hunter Dash. It's one of those things you'd like to pick up eventually on Nemesis, and ideally you do it before, the dad fight, especially with something like Double Edge.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I think that something like you can think of essentially Hunter Dash being replaced by the Chaos Dash Strike that he ended up picking up, but he kind of wanted both, right? So ends up being like he essentially has a Hunter Dash but no Chaos at the moment, which when you get that on a Nemesis build does not feel particularly great.
And Ananke finishing 1602. Very solid first round.
Yeah, 1602, and it looks like it's only going to be about... Let's see how quickly Seagull clears this up. 16, I'm guessing like 1630, 1628.
There it is.
So it's kind of looking like last time, about a 20 to 30 second differential between the two runners coming out of weapon 1.
Absolutely. And here Ananke goes. It looks like he's heading straight into Hestia.
Hestia weapon 2. Seagull, I believe, since Hestia was banned out, has both Beowulf and Hera as options going in for this. So we'll see what he ends up picking. Don't think it really matters for these two, like the ordering on them. They basically play the same. They basically play the same mirror. So like, they might as well just swap to a mirror then play something. Looks like Beowulf.
And looks like it's going for Beowulf. And Ananke picking up that natural Artemis for Hestia. It's one of those things where like you start Tidal Dash because Artemis attack doesn't really matter that much in Tartarus, but God, is it nice to find.
Absolutely, because also it allows you to start going for some of those other Artemis core boons, or Artemis, core boons is an actual thing, but like those other Artemis support boons very early, which you really like to see. Things like, good old Heartrend and Hunter's Mark and pressure points. Stuff to help out, make it so that because honestly your crit rate's a little bit low, and your crit damage initially isn't the highest, so you do want a little bit of help.
Anything to help bolster that crit rate. Seagull. Oh no.
Oh no!
Oh no. Seagull getting vereemed on Beowulf for the second time in a hyper delivery tournament.
Oh, that's just a heartbreaker.
That really hurts.
Yeah. This is the danger with cast weapons, is that you can just get owned by your first boon.
Just get owned. And we're kind of holding our breath here. If Seagull finds something like an Aphrodite cast from this mid shop, or like, I don't know, even there's a Poseidon. Oh my gosh,
Poseidon.
Failed out.
Now, what is unfortunate about this is that he's low on rolls, so he could still miss it, and he doesn't
still miss it.
And he's missed a couple of palms at this point. So that is going to be a little bit of a problem, even if he gets it.
Has to roll, does not find it. Oh my lord. This is a absolute disaster scenario for Seagull.
This is as bad as it gets. The legendary double Vareem. I have rarely seen this.
And if you thought you saw a very unfortunate Beowulf run last race, you ain't seen nothing yet. Wow. Seagull choosing between two terrible options there. A palm and a gold. Both of them, he has 361 gold right now and only has a Tempest Flourish.
Well, he has an Ocean's Bounty, so
he does have an Ocean's Bounty, and he has Charge Flight. He has Charge Flight.
Oh my god, he has Charge Flight, Tempest Flourish. He could actually do some decent damage with that, weirdly enough.
Find another Prometheus Stone for his base cast. I'm actually not sure if it would be more worth for him to just start Charge Flighting.
I actually think it might be. Charge Flight is actually pretty strong if you have, like, a good special on it. So, at this point, he could just start Charge Flighting, and enemies would die pretty quickly.
Not to distract, but like that. That's pretty good. Not to distract, but Ananke has picked up Zeus's Aid from Tartarus, gotten a couple of bombs into his Tidal Dash, and really, he picked up a Hyper Sprint from Enshop. He's really only missing an Aphrodite here.
Yeah, an Aphrodite and a Rush Delivery, and he's online.
And he has the perfect Hestia build.
Oh my god. Pretty insane. We have pretty much the exact opposite fortune going between the two of them. Oh, please.
Picking up a Passion Flare. Thank the Lord. Seagull finally has a Beowulf.
He has a cast. This is finally an actual race, though I will say it is still looking pretty bad for Seagull here.
Very unfortunate. He's just got to get a couple palms in that cast, make sure he doesn't bleed any more time. Luckily for him, starting with that Poseidon Keepsake means he gets a chance to force Mirage with taking an Artemis Keepsake into Asphodel. We'll see whether he opts for that or just goes for the classic route of Passion Flare Snowburst.
That's right.
Oh, doesn't have to.
Like,
finding the natural Artemis
choice has been made. I mean, I think this is oh god.
Very cursed. Very cursed. Having to pick up that Artemis's Aid to open up Mirage Shot, but you know, Mirage Shot is open.
That's right. Look, always look on the bright side of life, okay? We gotta make sure that we have the best possible scenario. Also,
And-
the Passion Flare level 1 is not doing as much damage as he'd like, but still, it's something.
Speaking of which, you gotta wonder if you're Seagull. Do you put on that Mom Blossom and just pray that it hits your cast?
I don't know. I think at this point you just have to get that Mirage Shot.
Don't you?
Yeah, it's just too important, especially when on the other side we have Ananke picking up Rush Delivery at common. So Ananke
and the
kind
rich get
of
richer.
yeah, this is the embodiment of the rich get richer right here.
Picking up a yarn though, and a special Dricky for his charge flight level 2 Tempest Flourish.
Oh, good. Gotta love it. As Ananke picks up epic Heartbreak Strike for his Rocket Bomb. If Ananke gets Cluster Rockets, I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm gonna actually lose my shit if he gets Cluster Rockets. That would be so stupid.
It might be the single biggest luck differential we've seen in a race yet.
Seriously, the double Vareem versus literally everything. Oh
not to take anything away from our competitors. This is a very solid
not.
Hestia run, but holy lord, Seagull got unlucky.
That's true. Mirage Shot picked up, so now it's just down to getting some palms into some things where you need them.
The very unfortunate thing here is that sometimes Beowulf just says, you don't get this palm into your cast. You have too many palmable boons. Luckily for Seagull, I don't think he has enough palmable boons to where he'd have to roll for a cast. Ideally, this one just offers his cast and he can call it a day. And
I will say, he also doesn't have any rolls. So,
He does not
oh
have any
god, Smoldering Air picked up in the Asphodel End Shop for
Asphodel End Shop, while Seagull has to choose between Eurydice or Mid Shop. Opting for Bronze Skin, I gotta wonder, perhaps taking Divine Strike is the correct choice there. You open up Deadly Reversal just to have A Strike. You do also open up Deadly Reversal, which doesn't do nothing.
That's true, and you are kind of hurting for damage at this point. If
You are hurting a little bit for damage.
Ooh, it looks like missed the 4-witch, ended up only hitting 2.
Picking up a Breaking Wave
picked up. Now, in this case, much better than when Tonus picked it up, because Mirage Shot has already been picked up, so you don't really have to worry about missing out using Breaking Wave. Yeah, or Second Wave.
Breaking Wave, a fantastic boon that kind of does nothing on Beowulf, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Beowulf already clears sticks very, very quickly, and Breaking Wave is mostly a sticks boon.
That it is. It does have some, fringe benefit, but usually when you're tidal dashing things into walls, not so much on this sort of thing.
Seagull makes to roll over that hyper sprint, and I'm not sure why. Either way, no rolls left. Settles for that hyper sprint.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what he'd be looking for out of it. Maybe we can ask him about that later. Oh my god, he got Cluster Rockets.
He has Cluster Rockets. Cluster Rocket is online. This is not a drill.
Oh, this is the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life.
And so earlier during Tonus's run, we kind of talked a bit about how Hestia can hurt for boss damage at times. I got a feeling that Ananke is not really going to be hurting for any boss damage.
No, not in the slightest. If he can pick up Heartrend, this run is beyond. I probably should just stop saying things because he's gonna get them as soon as I say them. Like, that has been the trend. Caster's Curse or Caster's Blessing. Oh my lord.
And meanwhile, Seagull has salvaged this run, I will say. He's gotten 3 palms into his cast somehow by the end of Asphodel. Which was his top priority coming in. Picked up Mirage. This isn't a bad Passion Flare run anymore. He has the build. He has the means to make this go fast. Now it's just he's got to go fast.
I think the biggest thing that I'm noticing a little bit is that it looks a little bit like Seagull's a little inexperienced with Passion Flare, which makes sense because it hasn't really been meta in a while. which is that sometimes you can see him going into these positions that would be really good for something like Dio Bayo or for like normal Flood Flare Beowulf, and then some of the casts miss because Passion Flare is just a little bit smaller than either of those casts.
I think it's something about the way so technically, I believe this has been confirmed in the code that Passion Flare and Trippy Flare actually have the same radius, and I know Seagull's played a lot of Trippy Flare, but one thing with Infernal is it deploys the cast a little bit, like, it seems like it deploys the cast a little bit slower.
Interesting. I mean, yeah, it's always felt that way for me, though I will say, I think I also, like, the Trippy Flare deploys so quickly as well that it's hard to...
And not only that, you know, when you're in Elysium with the Shieldmen, it just nukes any Shieldmen in the radius. Whereas Passion Flare, you kind of have to work around the shield. Same thing with Flood Flare.
Yeah, and it's
Either way, it looks
like
we
are... Oh, yeah, no, you continue.
It looks like he's finding his bearings with this Passion Flare a little bit.
That he is. And on the other side, Ananke actually picked up a 33 Patroclus in order, as if this weren't crazy enough, going into a pretty fast 34, and is looking to have a pretty blistering Mirage shot picked up.
Picking up Mirage shot. Why not? And Seagull actually making pretty admirable use of this charge flight. I never thought I'd say the word. But it's finishing off the eyes pretty effectively here in this Elysium.
It's a good hammer. What can I say? There's a reason why this used to be like the top Beowulf build before we figured out what we were doing. Oh!
Can we do exclamation mark HD GOTS in chat? Seagull putting another palm into his Passion Flare and getting a rare rush delivery. If the build wasn't salvaged before, at least now it is. He will be doing some amount of damage.
That's right. He might be able to... I mean, probably not going to make up any time. Ananke is going to be able to pull a little bit ahead here, but is potentially going to be in a good enough place that if Beowulf goes horribly wrong for Ananke, then we could see a comeback. Because everything that's happening to Seagull right now could happen to Ananke in the future.
That is true. And Ananke is running Beowulf last weapon.
That he is. So Beowulf is hot on the heels here. Oh, subtle thing that I think is really, really good to note. Seagull noticed that after doing the pre-charge, he was actually going to overshoot the Minotaur and hit him. And not hit him with the casts. So opted to turn around and charge into the wall in order to fire the casts at the wall, expecting Asterius to jump. Incredibly...
A real big brain play.
Yeah, I mean, incredibly good awareness of the situation and trying to, like, maximize being able to your chance to actually hit Asterius there. Very, very solid play.
Mm-hmm. Breaking the #1 rule of Beowulf, which is to never pre-charge, but salvaging the situation either way. Ooh, picking up an empowering fight over charge shot.
Oh gosh, I'm pretty sure that was a must be a
miss
input. Yeah, like there's no way that was correct, but at the same time, I'm sure Seagull knows it and is kicking himself a little bit right here. I mean, it's makes sense that he'd have some nerves after this kind of a run. Like, it's hard to maintain composure when you're pulling a run back like this. On the other side, Ananke actually now picking up the sack, basically a biome ahead. Oh my lord.
Picking up +2 dashes as well. On top of his rush delivery.
Yeah. And now Seagull is picked up a 34 patty, which is very nice. Picking up another palm into the Passion Flare, going up to I believe level 6 now.
He would have had a few more palms in this Passion Flare if it weren't for the plethora of palmable boons he has. Bronze Skin, Breaking Wave, the works.
That's right.
It's all in all like a pretty solid Beowulf run for how it started.
Absolutely, like the damage out of both of them. Wow. Cluster Rockets doing absolutely crazy damage to Hades, while on the other side, we saw the last phase of both the heroes go down in instants.
Mm-hmm. And Ananke
Ooh.
is making really short work of this dad fight. That's
Ananke-
Cluster Rocket thing.
Yeah, and Anake is also known for just being very good with cluster rockets. Like he's very good at just getting in there, getting the proper positioning, knowing where to face on enemies to hit all those rockets. Just very solid play overall. Knows
And
the
that goes
reload timing, and it's down very
Yeah.
fast.
And you know, I've seen a lot of it's a common mistake for newer players to cluster rocket from range, and you hit dad with
Right.
one of the rockets. What Ananke is doing is he's jumping right in dad's face before letting the rockets go, hitting with all 5, getting the maximum possible value out of that.
Maximum over damage. And it's looking like a pretty solid lead for Ananke, but we'll see how Beowulf goes here.
And Sequel kind of just forsaking an attack boon, avoiding an epic divine strike at this point.
Yeah, I don't know. Probably just isn't even thinking about it at this point. I would imagine just like not going. When you get to this point in the run, it feels like what's even the point of getting getting any attack? You know. Oh,
There will be no
God.
over-aiming for Ananke. Instead, he finds an epic Flood Flare. Just about the opposite of a Vareem, I suppose.
Yeah. I mean,
Into
going...
a Chaos Chamber 3.
Oh, my lord. Well, an embarrassment of riches here.
Spoiled for
Seagull's
choice.
still doing good damage.
Heading into his 3rd Styx Tunnel.
That's right.
As Ananke picks up an extra cast stone from Chaos.
Oy, oy, oy. Well, holy mackerel, this is a good start.
Yeah.
This is this is what you look for on Beowulf starts. You go and you're like, epic cast into chaos +1 cast. Okay, I guess we're off to the races.
And it might not be a good run, but it sure won't be a bad one.
That's right. I mean, it's at the very least, it's a good start to the run.
Mm-hmm.
Picking up a fountain immediately. Very nice here. Going into... between the choices there, we saw that he had a choice between the story room and the shop. Not something you want to see, but opted not to take the shop because he didn't have enough money to be able to afford anything of any value in the shop. So... ends up taking out this Doomstone and getting Zeus. Zeus is kind of scary sometimes.
Kind of
but
scary sometimes. Does get a lightning reflexes there. Essentially
Yeah.
harmless boon. The one thing he wants to avoid
Truly.
is adding another core boon. Does not want to open up Lightning Rod or Sea Storm, especially not in a racing setting.
Absolutely. Maybe sometimes if you're high rolling, but in a racing setting, no way. Seagull, on the other hand, doing very solid damage to Hades. He just pops his call and pumps out the cast, and it's taken about 2 cast salvos to be able to take out a phase of Hades, which is not bad at all.
Not
Actually,
bad.
charging
It's-
up the Greater Call.
Oh,
Crap.
and stopping the Dad Darkness right there with the Greater Call.
Very
Incredible.
nice. You know, I actually did not see that happening. I'm impressed you did, because I go entirely by the audio cues. So... see, yeah, just using the call on cooldown in this last phase, because you're
That's
not
a
gonna
very
charge
fast
the full
dad fight
call.
for Seagull. That's a very fast dad fight for
Incredibly.
Seagull. Unfortunate Beowulf run on the whole, but what can you do?
Yeah, it's unlikely that he can make back a 4-minute deficit here, but we can see anything. Anything can happen.
And Ananke has 5 casts.
Yeah, Ananke does.
And Ananke has 5 casts in Chamber 11. Oh god. Yes.
Only one of those is permanent. Okay.
Only one of those is permanent, thankfully. He does not have fully loaded. But Ananke has 5 casts. And Sudden Rush
So-
picked up. One of the better
Wow.
hammers for Beowulf. If you're not looking for if you don't see a charge shot, Sudden Rush is your best consolation hammer.
Absolutely. Never sad to see a sudden rush unless you're just like charge shot or nothing. Which if you're feeling like that, then you don't play Beowulf enough. Picking up Ravenous Will, that's not bad. picking up a hyper
That is, well,
sprint.
not bad. Very scary moment where he hovered over that icy flare.
That would have been devastating. That would have been the kind of thing that Seagull needs to come back. In case anyone doesn't know, Icy Flare is probably the worst cast in the game.
I don't think we need it. Probably, it just is.
It's the worst cast in the game. It's awful. It literally, if you palm Icy Flare, it has less damage than common like level 1 other flares. It's horrifying.
Mhm. Meanwhile, Seagull opted for cast damage over an extra cast on Hera. I'm not sure how I feel about that.
Yeah, I don't really know.
They kind of do the same thing, but he might have just seen that extra cast damage and not looked at his other options.
Yeah,
which is quite understandable.
Do you know what the curse was on the +1 cast?
I believe it was trap damage. Cost was
Uh,
damage on cast. We're getting
okay, so
reports
yeah,
it was
that's
damage on
scary.
cast. So
So
it
if
is
it
a
was
little bit
damage on
scary,
cast, I could see that being a little too frightening, considering Infernal Soul. That means you're taking, what is that? If it's like 4 damage per cast, you're taking 12 damage
12
every time that
damage,
you do a
yeah.
cast salvo. That's a
Yeah.
lot.
It is quite a lot of damage, and we saw it definitely hurt Tonus in that last run.
That it did.
Picking up explosive shot, pretty nice.
Hey, explosive shot's good. Love to see it.
Into a very early Athena, and so I wonder if he's actually going to go after this parting shot. Most likely not. You know, last race, when we talked to Seagull, he said, you know, he doesn't like changing mirror between Hera and Beowulf, so he is running Fiery Presence on Hera. So inherently,
Yeah.
his parting shot's not going to get as much value. It's still a boon.
Mirage shot picked up for Ananke, so Ananke already having a very solid run here. Though we do see a Poseidon picked up and Tidal Dash for Seagull, so that's very nice. Into a natural Artemis on a fountain!
There we go. And Seagull is... he has the makings of a very, very good Hera run.
Absolutely. Incredible build here. Missing the 4-witch for Ananke. Man, okay, so, Bright, you're a mouse and keyboard player.
I am.
The 4-witch is so much easier on mouse and keyboard.
It feels magical.
It feels magical, doesn't it? And here's the thing. I'm not a mouse and keyboard player, but it's so easy. Just hover your mouse. Click the mouse. There you
And
go. I don't miss the
Interesting-
4-witch anymore.
Interestingly enough, Ananke has warmed up to the mouse technique recently. I don't know why he's not doing it here, but
I don't know.
he hasn't run into too many problems in the past with hitting the 4-witch. So this might just be tournament jitters. Who knows?
Maybe. Yeah. I've just noticed a lot of people on
Absolutely.
controller tend to miss it a little more often than you know, people who
Ooh.
are not.
Seagull rolling twice on that Hermes, settling for a common greater haste. Not what you want to see.
Not at all. There are 2 options you want to see off your first Hermes, Hyper Sprint and Quick Reload, and if you don't get either, you're feeling kind of sad. Rush Delivery picked up. Ugh.
Yeah, it is a little bit. Is that 3 for 3 rush deliveries for Ananke? No, he picked up dashes on the first one, right?
That he did. But it's 3 for 3, the best option.
It's 3 for 3, the best option.
Yeah, because plus
meanwhile-
dashes is more important on Nemesis.
Seagull's still picking up a parting shot. It's not going to do too much, but this isn't a shabby Tartarus for a Hera. That's about sub 4 minus house splits.
Yeah, I mean, pretty good.
Thinking a little bit, ultimately forcing that Poseidon, selling the Divine Flourish to get Unshakable Metal out of the pool, and buying that yarn hopefully for a Mirage shot.
It does look like actually he's made up a little bit of time here, but not enough. Like he's made up probably 30 seconds, but you know, making up 30 seconds when you're 4 minutes behind is not quite enough to be able to pull out the dub.
And
But
meanwhile,
still.
Ananke is only speeding up.
Yeah, Ananke has been
he has
getting
a lot of
good
damage.
luck. Yeah. Ananke has been getting a lot of good luck picking up Zeus again. How do you feel about Hades' call on Beowulf? I know you're a big Beowulf player, so
I don't know. More and more I've liked taking Hourglass into Elysium. You know, there is the argument that, you know, checking Wells of Charon is a time loss. That being said, you know, you only really have to check one well, right? and you roll that well. If you find your value, there's your keepsake value. Hades keepsake, notably gets a lot of value with Rush Deliver. That being said, I think he's hoping for a Sea Storm. I could be wrong.
Very fair, though. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of Sea Storm here, even though he picks it up. I think that Sea Storm does work on all of your attacks, but it doesn't actually trigger on your cast, as you are aware, which is super painful. Also, Seagull ended up picking up a Poseidon, did not get Mirage Shot, instead picked up Sunken Treasure and got a diamond out of it, which is like a 1% chance.
Look at him go.
You know what? Seagull may have gotten double Vareemed, but he got a diamond out of Sunken Treasure. So who's the real victor here? Oh, charge shot! Ananke just getting everything.
Getting everything he wants. He has the God Hammer combo on Beowulf. Sudden charge shot. And, if you have Sudden Rush, the value of Sea Storm actually increases quite a lot, because you can just attack more and more.
That is true.
Sudden
And with Sudden charge shot.
too. Oh my lord.
Jinx, owe me a soda. Heartrend picked up for Seagull. Not what he wants, but still going to be pretty decent.
Meanwhile, Ananke skipping over... Oh, he had an opportunity for fully loaded. Skipping over a Lightning Rod for a support fire. Finds an Artemis in a shop. Settles for a nothing boon. And heads into an Artemis mini-boss.
He does have support fire right now, though.
He does have support fire. If he picks up pressure points, he is one step closer to the mythical fully loaded boon. That does not exist.
That's true. Yeah, fully loaded. You never see fully loaded. Wiki says 0.3%. Oh my god.
There's a pressure points.
Well, let's see if we can see the mythical, the legendary. Oh my god, the fountain. The rich get richer.
The rich do get richer, don't they?
This is the... We are looking for the mythical diamond on one side and the mythical fully loaded on the other.
And this is an absolutely... This is Beowulf when it goes right.
Oh my god.
You're looking at a run where Ananke got what he wanted from Chaos, got Mirage Shot early, got Charge Shot, got Sudden Rush. This is nothing he could really be hoping for here.
Since we're adding taglines to the tournaments, Hyper Delivery 4 fully loaded. Doesn't that sound
fantastic.
like a good tagline? Right? Anyway, Hyper Delivery 4 fully loaded. So they're both in the same biome at the moment, but unfortunately, which is, good because it's showing that Seagull is actually making up time, but Seagull is unfortunately still on the first chamber of the biome, whereas Ananke is on the last one. So looking like it's going to be an Ananke victory here.
Ananke, not sure why he checked that well. Not really hurting for damage here. He's got that Mirage Shot. He's got that Rush Delivery. Insta-phases his Hysteria. It's going to make short work of Theseus.
Pops the call a little bit early, but still manages to get some damage out of it, and then does 2 salvos, and it double kills there, killing both Theseus and Asterius at the same time. Always fun to see that.
You love to see it. Triple Explosive Shot, making a return from last match. Picked up by Seagull, this time with Artemis attack.
It's good. It's good.
It's quite a lot of damage.
Yeah. We all used to hate Explosive Shot. I will fully admit that I was the premium Explosive Shot hater. The person who thought it was exclusively bad in all scenarios, but our eyes have been opened. Explosive Shot is a lot of damage. 300% is a big number. And if you can shotgun people with multiple attacks out of a triple, whoo-wee!
And you see Asterius go down there very quick.
Yeah, that's Heartrend. That is Heartrend plus triple explosive for you. Does he have Mirage Shot yet?
I actually have no idea. Getting Naked Swordsman on this bridge room, though, not doing him any favors.
Nah.
It is a very, very solid hero. But unfortunately, he's it's not a single weapon race. It's not in a vacuum, and that Beowulf run set him back so far.
Yeah. I mean, it was a really terrible Beowulf run up against a really amazing Hestia run. So, not much you can really do about that. Almost didn't buy the yarn. Oh, nice. It goes from that terrible unarmored swordsman bridge room right into a Patroclus. Picking up Hydrolite probably.
I wonder if there's an argument for picking up the Cyclops turkey there with that big explosive shot.
There probably is. I mean, maybe having... I don't know. Maybe having the health is a little more important because of, like, cast damage augments from high confidence, but... and also just staying safe. But I don't know. Not a great room here, but does have a 30... Oh, no, this is 34, so never mind. That chaos is useless. Cool. You love
35 chaos, the classic.
Yeah. Where were you when I needed you?
You get that little dopamine surge seeing that chaos, and then you realize that you're never going to take that.
Yeah. Serotonin engaged, and then serotonin immediately disengaged.
Meanwhile, Ananke picking up the mythical boon, fully loaded, right before Dad.
Oh my god, it's happened. Hyper Delivery 3, fully loaded on online in Hyper Delivery 2. Incredible. We never see this. We never see fully loaded.
We finally have video proof that fully loaded exists. We have it on tape.
That's right. Now I can actually go to my conspiracy theory website where people have been denying the existence of fully loaded, and I can prove it to them for once and for all. So much damage. Oh my god.
Absolutely disgusting. 6 casts, fully loaded.
Vile damage.
Somehow, like, I think if he got those casts out earlier, he might have been able to phase Dad out of that darkness. That being said, I don't think he's complaining. Oh my god. Goodbye, Dad.
Oh my god.
Hey, I heard you like casts.
Hey, I heard you like casts, so I put casts in your Hades so you can explode Dad. Kind of breaks the meme format, but who even gives a crap? He is dead. Whew.
And that's a 48-30 from Ananke.
Wow,
Speedy.
48-30.
I believe the second fastest time that we've seen in this tournament.
That's right. Aside from Tonus's nutso disgusting bonkers thing in the first round, but like still incredibly fast run. Great runs on all of the weapons all the way through it. And now we're just gonna have to wait for Seagull to close it out. Not actually gonna
Finally
be
picking up a Mirage Shot.
Yeah, I guess hadn't had Mirage Shot for a long time. Probably not gonna be super. It's not gonna be a slow run. It's still, even after everything. But
and you know, I hate to say it, but do you think that Vareem could have made the difference? Getting Vareem done Beowulf.
I mean, to be fair, Ananke's runs were like really crazy, right? So I don't know. I think I'll have to. I'll give you an assessment of that after we see the final weapon on the final time on weapon 3. But I think the double Vareem there did actually might not have been enough to win, but still probably would have been within like a minute.
Quite a good chunk.
It would have been a lot closer. Yeah. Going and grabbing the cast?
I believe there's some sort of bug where you can't exit rooms if your casts are still on the ground.
Oh. That's wonky. I've never seen that before. I played this game for 1,000 hours, or over 1,000 hours, and I've never seen that. What the
You know,
heck?
I haven't seen it before, but I've heard Ananke complain about it. I've heard Seagull complain about it, so I just assume it exists and hope it doesn't happen to me.
Yeah, seriously. Yeah, it never happened to me before, so I'm just not gonna worry about it. New patch bug? Oh, good! Help! Alright. Well, we'll deal with that when we get to it. I assume it's been reported to Supergiant, so we're not going to worry about it. Looking like it's going to be coming in at around a 52-30 here for Seagull, assuming based on his build. Ananke, you did hear double Vareem. He got Vareemed, and then immediately afterward, after getting Vareemed, he found a second Poseidon and got Vareemed again. So that's the double Vareem is a extremely rare thing. So
An unintentionally stellar Passion Flare run is what it was.
Exactly.
We'll call it that.
We'll call it that, sure. All right. Whoa, disgusting damage on phase 1. I mean, this is a really good Hera build at this point.
Triple explosive shot. You're not hurting for damage.
No, triple explosive shot,
Holy
Mirage shot,
Lord.
like everything kind of came together eventually.
Right at the end, unfortunately, but you know,
Yeah.
what can you do?
What can you do?
All right, just
All right.
just north of 52 minutes.
Yeah, still a very fast run, still very solid. So we're gonna bring Seagull in to talk about it as soon as he is in here. Seagull has come into the chat once again. Hey there, Seagull. Talk to us about that run. How do you think it went?
I would just like to say, did everybody see that second phase there? I was at 1 HP, didn't pop that DD. Very proud
Look
of
at
that.
you go.
Very proud of that. Other than that, getting Vareemed on Beowulf, not ideal. But I was able to pick up the Passion Flare. Honestly, I think it was a lot of stinky rooms that really made that
Seagull.
run slow.
I am so sorry.
Seagull,
But-
you got worse than being Vareemed. You got what we called the double Vareem, which is where
That's
you picked
true.
up the you didn't get the cast out of the first one, and then you rolled a second Poseidon and still didn't get the cast.
5 total
So-
Poseidon boons, no cast. Quite an
Yeah.
adventure.
Seagull, I do want to ask you.
Extraordinary.
So a bit of build advice from a Hades veteran to a beginner like yourself. Blood Flare is actually very good on Beowulf Shield. I know the spammability of Tempest Flourish is appealing, but give it a try. It
Did
has
you
a
like
lot going for it.
Did you like
You can
that
still
charge?
get Mirage Shot with Artemis on attack.
You like that charge flight shit? It's good.
Oh yeah, that was real cool.
It's
when
good.
when you picked up Charge Flight with the Tempest Flourish, I was actually surprised you weren't using it more. And then once
Yeah.
you started using it more, it was like, oh yeah, that's some good stuff.
So honestly, that same Beowulf run, like if I went through the same rooms and got the same boons, if I had more practice with Charge Flight and Passion Flare, easily could have been like a minute or two faster. But
Yeah.
We noticed as the run sort of went on, Passion, you started adjusting more to the AoE or lack thereof
Yeah.
of Passion.
There was certainly like a little bit of there were some messes and things in Tartarus and Asphodel that we noticed about just not really like being used to the Passion Flare size and timing and all that. But once you got into like Elysium, you were hitting them pretty dang consistently.
what is
So-
this heroic cast fully loaded nonsense? Get this out of here. Rush
yeah,
delivery.
no.
Oh my god, that's disgusting.
Ananke started out on epic cast, ended up rare cropping it into a heroic cast.
Oh,
Uh,
gross.
Got fully loaded rush delivery and mirage shot.
This was a very nice run. It's
Yeah,
kind of crazy.
Oh,
It was pretty nuts.
I also got Artemis and Tartarus on the Beowulf, which was nice, but I had to throw it on the call, so that was fun.
Yep, that was fun.
Well, at least you got one, I guess.
Well,
Very
with
crisp
that,
Hunter Dash call offering.
yes. With that, we'll throw it over to Ananke. Ananke, how do you feel that run went?
Man,
Any complaints?
no, not one. For once, not one. Beowulf was a good run, which is a shocker. I don't remember the last time I had a good Beowulf run. The one that went right, and man, like, I mean, I didn't necessarily have the best rooms in the runs, but the builds were all like super solid.
I'd say that Bayo build's all right. Pretty
Yeah,
average.
Just
a bit
okay.
alright.
Your
I
average
did
fully loaded
invest-
heroic
I see that Sea Storm too, by the way.
Yeah, no, it's there. I passed up Lightning Rod about 6 fully loaded, and
That
did
means
get
you
the
were
wall.
offered Lightning Rod about 6 times.
It's true, I was.
God.
It was the Bayo run being like good is thankful. It's still not the best time. It's like 16 min here, which shows that although it was crazy build, it's always rooms over boons, right?
Whenever you have enough Artemis boons offered to take Hidebreaker, that's really an embarrassment of riches.
That's how you know.
I couldn't had to take that one. But no, the Hestia run was pretty much as solid. not as fast as my practice one, but as solid as that one was. And the Nemesis start went pretty smoothly as well, just as a sort of average
Right.
good run. All in
Well-
all, didn't get messed up anywhere. Much better than my 52. I'm happy.
Pretty solid. Congratulations, Ananke. We'll see you in the finals against Risk 13. Seagull, it's your worst nightmare. You are playing back-to-back matches.
Oh no.
And we'll be back after a quick ad break with Seagull versus Tonus.
And welcome back. We are coming back with the fourth place match for Hyper Delivery 2. As always, I am Dunk Zero here with Bright01.
Hello, hello.
And we are going to be doing the third place match between Seagull and Tunis. Tunis, that you just saw one of these competitors in in the race before this, and you saw Tunis about an hour before that. So both of them raring up, ready to go. Let's get them right in here.
Well,
Tunis?
hello. We are
Yeah, Tunis,
losers.
Yes.
It's facts.
This is my fourth third place match. Third, if you count my match with Museus last week, this is my fourth third place match.
Oh god.
Oh yeah, actually, that's crazy.
I
Seagull,
can't believe they are making us play again.
Seagull, a perennial third placer, though I believe you can get into finals next time. My mic's staticky.
A little bit. And
What?
Tonus, that's some good color text you got there for the modded game.
Thank you.
Nice.
Either way, we can get into lineups. Tonus, why don't you tell us which weapons you're bringing this time?
I'm bringing Nemesis, Beowulf, Hera, and Lucifer.
Okay. And Seagull, which one are you banning?
Get that hair out of there. Seeing it too
God
much.
damn it.
Seeing it too much. Sick of it.
And
Okay.
Seagull, what about your lineup?
All right, so not too much is different. We're still bringing Hestia Rail, still bringing Hera Bow, skipping over Beowulf Shield in favor of Poseidon Sword,
Okay.
and wrapping it up with Hades Spear.
Let's go.
What
And
the fuck is that
Tonus,
line?
which one are you banning?
Let's get that Hera out of there.
All right. All right. So with that, why don't you guys set up your first weapons?
All right, I'm good to go.
It's gonna look so embarrassing because I'm tryharding the first two weapons and then
Who said I wasn't
Then-
tryharding? I just don't want to play Beowulf, and my lineup is not very deep.
you're
Okay.
playing fucking
And then
Hades Spear.
why don't do you guys prefer text or speech countdown?
Text, please.
I'll
And
take
go ahead
text,
and
yeah.
mute now. Good luck, Tunis.
Go ahead.
Good
and mute.
luck.
All right. Is my audio better or not?
Sounds absolutely amazing.
Oh, beautiful. Then, you know what? This time, Bright, how about you do the text countdown and I'll do the audio countdown.
Sure, why not?
So we're going to be starting on, well, let me make sure that they're both on the pact before I say anything. Looks like Tunis is doing a couple modifications here before going in to Nemesis. Okay. And we are going to be going in 3, 2, 1. Wait a second. Wait. Shit. This is because
That's fine.
Tunis had to change his stuff. Yeah, okay. We'll just hit go.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll just go off of the live split there. No big issues.
Yeah. That was very awkward. That was very awkward because of Tunis doing a last minute change there on his mirror stuff on his not his mirror setup, doing a last minute change on his seed. Yeah, so a little bit awkward there, but we'll be able to go by the live split. It looks like it's going to be about a 15-second differential of Seagull being ahead, so we'll be able to compensate for that.
Can I just say I've never been more proud of a bird. Seagull running explosive launcher Hades Spear as his first weapon.
I believe that this is the Bright01 on commentary special. Am I wrong in that assessment?
I absolutely love this weapon and this hammer. Explosive launcher is, Spear Special. When you look at Spear Special, it's such a clunky thing that Supergiant decided needed to be part of the game, and then as a little bit of a saving grace, they give it one hammer that completely salvages it as a move. Explosive launcher.
That's right. I feel like that's actually kind of the thing about Spear in general, and I say this as one of the better Spear players in the world, is that the Spear at base generally kind of sucks, but then all of the hammers essentially take the pieces of the kit that are awkward or bad and turns them into something passable. In the case of the special, we have Exploding Launcher, and in the case of the Dash Strikes, we have Serrated Point. In the case of the Rapid Jab, we have Flurry Jab. So, I mean, and also the Dash Strikes for Flurry Jab. Flurry Jab is broken. But regardless, it is this weapon, the design of this weapon in some ways is just like, hey, the base kit of this weapon sucks, but man, the hammers are great.
Yeah, and Seagull actually passes up an epic title dash there. That's kind of interesting. Now, I won't pretend to be any sort of expert on Exploding Launcher, because who really can claim to be an expert on Exploding Launcher? That being said, yeah, that being said, I don't think title dash hurts here. It's a lot of extra damage, and it does add Mirage Shot to the pool. But you know, I think the extra damage you get out of title dash is worth it. It gives you at least one good palm target.
Yeah,
Deadly Flourish, not really something that requires a lot of palms to begin with.
Totally agree. I mean, honestly, I've been on the train of you don't need Aphrodite, you don't need Heartrend on things like, you know, Charge Shot Shield and things like that. I think that oftentimes Tidal Dash is going to be similarly powerful. Ooh, nice special damage chaos picked up for Seagull. That's going to be very
almost
helpful.
Missing it. And a 12 witches for Tonus. This really hurts. I wonder, now he's in the same position Seagull was a few races ago, where there's that 13 extension chaos. And I wonder if he makes the same decision here.
Excuse me? Seagull taking special speed over a hyper sprint?
Now, it might not be optimal, but oh gosh, it's so fast. Look at him go. He's throwing those spears so fast. That being said,
very quick.
I'm gonna imagine this is a fun choice rather than a fast choice from Seagull. That being said, this is quite fast for a Tartarus.
That was a blistering Tartarus coming out from this. What? What? There's no way this is that good.
Forcing Aphrodite for that Heartrend, picking up another Light of Ix. Now, the idea with Exploding Launcher Hades Spear is that you're applying that debuff, and that debuff gets that crit, like it gets multiplied by your crit on Deadly Flourish. Arguably, the argument for taking special speed there is that special speed is very immediate value, right?
True.
Whereas something like Hyper Sprint doesn't pay off until you get that rush delivery.
Sure. Then again, the one nice thing about Hyper Sprint is it doesn't make you unable to get special speed in the future, right? You can still pick up special speed even if you don't end up picking up the rush delivery, which means you have multiple good options, as opposed to picking up the, like, it's only a common special speed as well, which is nice, but not as good as it could be.
True.
So, I don't know. I think I still would have picked the Hyper Sprint because of the potential of having either a better special speed or a hyper delivery, but still a very solid pickup.
Did not see the rarity on that special speed. In that case, Hyper Sprint's most definitely the correct pick. Special speed is really one of those boons that doesn't really do anything until you get it at 20%, 30%, something like that. And is he going to hit the zero cycle? He is. Of course he hits that. Does it save him much time? Probably not. But oh my lord,
almost
those Hunter's Mark crits were gigantic. Absolutely huge Hunter's Mark crits.
Seagull getting an Asphodel skip, getting a Fountain and a Eurydice here.
Unfortunately, missing out on his mid shop. Well, Tonus picks up a Fountain on the other hand. But, you know, I don't think he's too upset. Upgrading his Swift Flourish, though, that's actually going to do quite a lot.
Yes, it will. That's going to take the Swift Flourish from being to being right? Also, 22 Chaos on the side of Tonus means that Tonus is getting an Asphodel skip of his own, and actually a better one.
And is pulling ahead here. His first Dash Strike Chaos is coming online. I believe since you take that as Extension Chaos, this won't actually be a full skip. But
Oh,
that's
true.
pretty impressive right there. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah. I'd forgotten about the extension chaos. I think I missed that he took it, but still very, very solid chaos there. Like once that gets online, it's going to be a lot of damage. Trying to pick up, I'm probably rolling for like Battle Rage there, I'd
Absolutely.
assume. Battle Rage, not a boon you see used on very many builds, but when it's useful, god dang is it useful. Like on, usually you see it mostly on bows, and what else plays Battle Rage? Like Arthur Sword, but I guess
And what
this
is what is exploding launcher if not a very, very large bow?
I think of it as Baby Hestia.
It is
right?
kind of
'Cause
baby Hestia.
Baby Hestia does 50 damage on its empowered shot, and that's what
Mhm.
Exploding Launcher does.
Mhm.
Oh, poof! A lot faster
That's
than
a lot of
Baby
damage.
Hestia, though. Gee, bus.
And you see he's doing a pretty good job of keeping uptime for the Hades Spear buff. Unfortunately, he's not attacking the heads that are debuffed. So
Yeah.
Hades Spear, whenever you spin, for those unfamiliar, it applies a debuff that makes the enemies take 150% more damage. That's a lot of damage.
That it
So
is.
if you can make good use of that, this exploding launcher is going to get a lot of value.
To note, it is 150% more attack and special damage, and I don't believe it actually applies to your spin.
It does not apply to the spin.
Yeah. So it's part of the problem with things like quick spin. A lot of people are like, "Oh, Hades Spear, it's a spin build, quick spin, massive spin." But the problem with quick spin, massive spin is that because your buff doesn't actually buff the spin itself, you can't actually do good boss damage with it. But
Tonus actually pulling ahead because Seagull takes over 11 seconds to shop.
they were so close. That is a serious like RTA thing. Though
RTA moment.
Seagull RTA moment. Yeah, Seagull does immediately pick up a Chaos Gate though, which is very nice.
Seagull did also start a little bit early, so that makes sense. But choosing Darkness reward over a little bit of extra hell, a little bit questionable. But at the end of the day, it's such a small impact decision.
Oh yeah, actually looking at it, Seagull exited Asphodel at 750, whereas I've got to remember the little time difference. Whereas
True.
Tonus actually exited at 739. So by the live split, Tonus is actually a decent clip ahead.
And this is where Seagull's build kind of comes online, or kind of stutters and falls.
Right.
He's looking here for specifically Charge Skewer. With the most recent patch, SGG made it so you can get Charge Skewer after Exploding Launcher. It's a very, very powerful hammer combo if you can get it online. The problem is, it's 2 hammers. So we'll see if he gets it, or if he gets, a Settle Hammer, like a Serrated Point.
This is basically like trying to find cluster rockets, and
there's quick
doesn't
spin.
see it. Ends up getting quick spin. Ah, man, I missed the most recent SGG patch. I don't know how I missed it. When did it come out? Did it come out like yesterday?
The one that changed the Exploding Launcher came out like it has to be a couple weeks ago at this point.
Seriously? Oh my god, how do I miss these things? All right, whatever. Anyway,
And Tonus
any
is moving.
case.
Tonus is moving.
Yeah, Tonus has +3 dashes, it looks like, and a dash strike chaos, and just the attack chaos. This is absolutely vile amounts of damage coming out of Tonus at the moment. Like Asterius was not allowed to live for even a moment.
And you gotta wonder what Seagull's rolling for there. He already has special speed. The best he can find is like dashes.
Yeah, and what he ends up picking up, oh, nice battle rage, but what he ends up picking up is a flurry cast, which is,
Not
a
ideal.
thing, yes. Pick up I don't know, a phalanx shot, I guess, and you can go whap whap whap, maybe? I'm not sure.
Even a true shot, maybe, if you
Yeah.
settle for something not a heart rend.
Right. And it is
I
epic
bet-
flurry cast, so if you pick up any cast, you can shotgun out all of them super quickly, but
I do bet he
Still.
wishes he had that roll for this heart rend here.
I bet he does. Heartrend is pretty important for this build. It's important for both of the builds that we see on here today, but I think it's a little more important for the build on the right, and ends up picking up Deadly Strike instead. Not what he was looking for, though not the worst.
That being said, he's in an interesting position where an anvil would actually be quite nice for him.
That's true. I mean, the anvil could be quite nice, and it could be devastating.
Could be devastating. That
Like,
being
losing the exploding
has-
launcher. Ugh.
Yeah. He does have serrated point in the pool. He does have charge skewer in the pool.
Yeah. So 2 good options is at least something.
I would be very surprised, knowing Seagull, if he does not anvil this. But, you know, who knows?
Could also not get offered the anvil.
Could also not get offered the anvil. Battle
If-
Rage finding a ton of value here.
Oh yeah. Clearing out the little souls and then immediately being able to throw off a super powerful attack or special, very nice. And at the moment, it's looking like Seagull is currently in Chamber 34, so exiting this, he's probably going to be leaving Elysium about, I'd say, in the
40 seconds
realm of
behind.
40 seconds behind, yeah.
Yeah. A little unfortunate, but, you know, it is... I don't think Seagull made a calculated pick with this Hades Spear. Hades Spear is
No.
a fun pick.
Yes.
And Exploding Launcher, I will say, is some of the most fun you can have in this game. You just chuck bombs from downtown. Maybe you get Charge Skewer.
Very
Yeah,
much
it's just
so.
a
I
lot of
mean,
damage.
like, legitimately, you know, spin. We always love to play weapons that have spins because like legitimately we never use the spin on anything. Like, I guess Guan Yu uses the spin in between waves sometimes, and Guan Yu's not a good weapon. So if you actually get a chance to throw out a spin and make it like feel impactful, that's just a good feeling.
And Seagull, feeling the weight of that penalty box, puts on the acorn.
Is Seagull low on Death Defiances at the moment?
He has
Still
2.
2 left.
That's a pretty healthy amount. One thing with these crit builds is, you know, obviously something like a Zeus's Aid helps in a long way because you already have Aphrodite in your pool. But, you know, Seagull opting for the safe option in Elysium and Styx.
Yeah. I would I think personally, I don't know. I'm a big proponent of Dad's Call, always have been. But I guess on this sort of build, you only get like 1 or 2 tosses out of it, so it's not a particularly large thing for you.
Mhm.
Might
It
as
definitely
well
never
just
does nothing.
stay safe. Yeah.
That being said, maybe he's valuing the high confidence. But
Potentially, though, is he in well, he will be if once he
when
exits Styx.
once he reaches the fountain.
Yeah.
These are some pretty big crits coming off of these specials, but dang, he sure does wish he had Charge Skewer here.
Yeah. Charge Skewer, for those that don't know, Charge Skewer does actually do something besides allowing you to charge up and deal more damage. It also allows you to throw your special faster, because if you
It
do
really is-
minimum charges.
Yeah, it really is like an all-purpose spear special hammer.
Right.
The explosive launcher build is a lot about just getting to use Charge Skewer, which I will argue is a very, very busted hammer.
Yes.
In a way that doesn't force you to use the base spear special.
Turns out the charged special hammers are often quite good. I mean,
lot of
even
damage.
though we don't see it too often on bow, like charged volley is actually incredibly powerful in like fresh file type formats.
That's an anvil. I
And-
gotta wonder if he goes for it.
Oh, let's see. We'll have to see after he clears out this room.
Meanwhile, Tonus heading into the dead fight with a title dash. You know, sometimes you don't find a 100 dash. You just slap that title dash on there. It's a lot of extra damage. Not ideal with double edge, but you know, you take what you get.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, like, you don't really knock Hades around too much, so being able to title dash slap is going to just be a nice little bit of extra damage that with no real downside. Oh, missing a couple of dashes there. Not ideal, but still manages to take out the phase before any kind of darkness shenanigans happens to
And
come in.
Seagull does
stay.
not opt for the anvil there. Moving straight into the Hades fight. He thinks he has enough damage, doesn't want to risk it.
Makes sense.
It's a safe play.
It is the safe play. As Tonus absolutely demolishes the first Hades phase, killing Hades in 1.5 dash salvos.
And this really is what it looks like when you pick up. You really get all the nuts. You get that purple attack chaos. You get another dash strike just for fun.
This is the nemesis that we all want to see on every run, and we see like 1 out of every 35 runs.
And there he goes, finishing 1630 first run. Very solid run.
Very, very solid. Once we open up the boon screen at the very end, we'll be able to see a little bit. I just want to see how many dashes he has. He does have epic dashes. I was right. It looked like it was the 3. As honestly, even though it's not as powerful, like still some pretty solid damage coming out of Seagull. Nice crits for like 500, 600 damage coming out here.
He's gotten a couple of those 1k Battle Rage crits. Battle Rage is honestly, it's one of those boons where you gotta wonder on some builds if it's actually worth forcing.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it depends. I think something like Hestia might actually be if you didn't need so many other things for a Hestia build.
If
maybe
it wasn't an
get,
Ares boon, perhaps.
Yeah, maybe if you get like a whole slew of things in Tartarus on like a Zagbo, I could see it. Who knows? I see why he was afraid of the penalty box. Going down to his last Death Defiance here. Throwing those spears, trying to finish off Hades. And there it is. 1801. Well, actually, 1759.
There it is.
On the other side for Tonus, Tonus actually picking up his first Zeus boon, ends up getting an epic lightning strike. That is how you want to be starting off. Sees a Poseidon, but it is on an Erebus gate, so there's some world where you take that, but probably not in a racing format.
In a racing format, maybe not. Especially getting that title dash early could have been nice with a guaranteed rare. But I understandably, if you're not confident in your ability to safely clear it, it might not be worth it.
Yeah, not everybody's a high heat god like you are, Bright. We don't go with the don't get hit strategy. We get hit all the time. It's all about tanking the hits.
Getting hit is fast.
Getting hit is fast.
Oh,
the Boldy gift.
The Boldy gift.
I wonder what we get out of it. Is Tonus ever going to show us? I think not.
And Hestia finally getting Seagull finally getting to play his beloved Hestia on the big stage.
Wait a second. What did Tonus ban?
I believe it was Hera. Wait.
What?
Wait a second.
What were the bans?
Yeah, they did both ban Hera. So
they both banned Hera. Okay. Got it. I was very confused for a second.
Now Tonus getting one piece of the puzzle with that hyper sprint, walking into an Aphrodite mini boss. You could honestly just slap this Aphrodite on the special.
That he could, and he will.
He does.
Now, what this basically opens up is this is now it's going to be less damage than like an Artemis special, but does still do a lot of damage and has the potential for something like Smoldering Air in the future. So very solid pickup.
And something like Artemis does do the most damage if you find those extra scaling opportunities, like Hunter's Mark or a Chaos. Aphro does do the highest raw base damage. It just doesn't scale as hard. That being said, I've seen a lot of newer runners. They'll hold out for a hero. They'll wait until sticks to find an Artemis, and at that point you just got to find some sort of special boon, especially for a special as powerful as Lucifer's.
Absolutely. You generally, on like any of the rails, I would say, want to have a special by the end of Asphodel. If you don't, your special is just not going to scale appropriately. And, you're going to lose more time than you gain waiting for a good special on Artemis or something like that.
Interestingly enough, though, very, very unconventional pickup for Seagull. Putting Drunken Flourish on this rocket bomb. You got to wonder if he's going to try to sell this thing.
Probably. I saw the options there, and they were real bad. The options that the Drunken Flourish were up against, though, is palming it, so who knows? Maybe not.
Maybe he's hoping for like a replacement or like
The Boldy gift in return. Incredible. Maybe hoping for replacement, and maybe, just maybe, hoping for exclusive access.
I think that's what's on his mind. He's looking for that exclusive access.
Now, exclusive access gaming is not something you want to be doing in the general case, unless you're, it's a super high role play. But if it works, your build is going to be absolutely bonkers. It's going to be bonkers. The earlier you can get exclusive access, the better. Also, Tonus grabbing a Eurydice here in Chamber 18. Chamber 18 Eurydice is a great time because you cannot miss the mid shop out of a Chamber 18 Eurydice. And currently has a backup free room in case the mid shop is missed in that Chaos Gate. So
Trying to
looking
upgrade
pretty
his
solid.
rush delivery does not get to do it. Instead, upgrades his attack to heroic and his special to epic. He's not hurting.
Nah.
Oh, and that epic Zeus's is quite juicy with that Afro special, hoping to force Smoldering Air into Elysium.
Tonus getting epic RD still. Wow. What a build. What a build from Tonus over here. Picking up Typhoon's Fury.
You gotta wonder if maybe taking Floodshot there just to open up Sea Storm is the correct choice.
I would say that it would be. My thought about I've had a lot of thoughts about Floodshot recently because I play a lot of Achilles, and thinking about what your second Poseidon's going to be when you don't get Breaking Wave is a big thing. And I think taking a Floodshot early on a lot of weapons is actually really good because it's a very powerful AoE cast, even if its base damage isn't great. It's nice to throw out, and opening up Sea Storm is very nice.
Am I going insane, or is that a sub 6 Lerny entrance on Lucifer?
That is a sub 6 Lerny entrance on Lucifer.
Holy lord. Maybe Lucifer's
Yeah.
just... Maybe
Lucifer's really good. It's really good. People underestimated Lucifer in Hermes Cup 3, and then it just destroyed people. People underestimated Lucifer here, and it destroys people. Like it's just a really good weapon.
And
like the bombs do way more damage than you think it will.
ending up with a Heartbreak Strike, rolling twice for Zeus's aid. Not too pleased about that, but he managed to get rid of the Drunken Flourish. He's probably going to be looking for a Heartbreak Flourish here. Ooh,
And
unfortunately cannot roll.
Yeah, Static Discharge is still fine to pick up, though only at common. Does kind of suck.
Does kind of suck. And holy lord, Tonus exiting Asphodel at 635 on Lucifer.
Oh my god.
Why?
That's the kind of run that you expect out of like an Eris run. Like if you're exiting
Eris or Achilles.
Yeah. Eris or Achilles exiting at 635, like even then only really good players can exit at 635 on Eris or Achilles. Like you don't see that out of just anybody. And doing that on Lucifer is crazy.
That's pretty insane.
Picking triple bomb. Lucifer is showing its teeth.
It really
during
is.
this.
At least today.
Like, yeah. I mean, this is gonna be such a crazy thing because people are gonna look at Lucifer and be like, "Oh, bring Lucifer in the next hyper delivery," and then they just get destroyed.
And then
They
Lucifer.
don't find any of the stuff.
Yeah.
They
We're
get,
looking
like-
at Lucifer runs that have found all the nuts.
Yeah, that is very true.
Lucifer is one of those weapons that really, there's some weapons that prefer hyper delivery. Eris prefers hyper delivery. Almost every weapon wants it. Lucifer really, really wants it.
Lucifer does, though. I will say, the old king of Lucifer, Webbs, did actually like plus dashes quite a lot.
Plus dashes
because
something like epic special speed with your triple bomb feels amazing.
no, that doesn't work. Doesn't it only affect the waves? It doesn't actually affect the speed at which it moves.
It affects the pulse rate. It doesn't affect the move speed, but it affects the rate at which you can shoot them out as well.
So it affects the recharge time. Okay. And that's a little bit better. A little bit better than I thought.
Meanwhile, Seagull's picked up a billowing string. He's working his way through these learning heads.
That's right. I mean, Seagull's still on a like decent run.
Pretty decent
Like-
Hestia. This is like around a 730-ish exit.
Yeah.
Like,
Like, you can't feel bad about that. 730 is a solid exit. But
absolutely.
like you can't there's a difference between a 730 exit and the absurd 630 exit that we're dealing with on the other side.
Yeah, very unfortunately, you're going to be losing time to a 635 unless you're gaming out of your mind.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't even know what happened with Tunis's run. Like, how did this happen? I mean, there were definitely some good free runs.
Starter is,
Yeah. Picking up Ricochet Fire, very nice pickup for Seagull here.
It's no cluster rockets, but it'll do.
It'll do.
I will say, unless he finds a smoldering air sometime in the near future, his boss damage is going to feel really painful with this Afro
That's
attack
true.
and rocket.
Though he is looking at his Hermes here, potentially could get rush delivery. Does end up picking it up only at common though.
As Tonus enters the heroes fight.
Entering the heroes fight at 10:25, which means that this is probably going to be on pace for a 13-minute Lucifer run. 13XX.
Crazy.
Sub 14. Yeah. This is crazy. I mean, it would be sub 14 certainly without the 3-sec. On a 3-sec it'll probably be like a low 14, but still very fast.
Sub 15 on Lucifer. Is that this has to be among the faster single weapon runs we've seen in this hybrid delivery.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. We actually I can't really speak to it because I didn't see the runs yesterday, but I know Tonus had a 47-34 3 weapons in that I don't know if there was like a super fast run in there as well. So RTA world record on Lucifer is 15:25. I feel like there might be something faster than that in somebody's OO, but they just haven't submitted it, so I guess it doesn't count. But
yeah, we'll say it here. If you don't submit your world records, they don't count. I'm sorry.
yeah,
Submit your world records. Just do it.
I can't speak to this. I don't submit 95% of my world records. My chat always yells at me about it, and I'm like, I'm lazy.
I get it. Clipping runs takes time, and
Yeah.
you know what?
So, and sometimes you just don't want to take that time. As we do see, Seagull is getting some stuff. Gets a 33 fountain. It's nice. Does have
Unarmored Witch is 34 though.
yeah. So not great. I mean, Unarmored Witch's 34 isn't the worst thing in the world. Does end up getting some Void Stones as well, which does help out. Ugh, Flame Wheels. But
Unarmored Swordsman, it's all bad. Go back.
it's bad. It's bad. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. We are just going straight into the heroes fight now at about about 30 minutes. Whereas
About that shocking. I don't really know what he's looking for from that Dionysus there.
no, I don't either. Whereas on the other side, we have at about the same time, we have Tonus exiting Styx going into the Hades fight. So we have a couple minute differential here.
One biome. About
one biome, yeah, just about. Probably a little less than that, just because of the relative length in and where they are in the fights. But I'd probably put it at about 3 minutes.
That's a pretty fast heroes fight for Seagull, all things considered. Yeah. Zeus's Aid really helps out.
Zeus's Aid helps out, and also Ricochet Fire is quite good in the heroes fight. As opposed to something like Hades, where it's not going to be quite as good. It does ricochet between both the heroes, which does give you essentially double damage.
And this is absolutely filthy damage for Tonus.
Oh yeah.
That triple bomb didn't work.
This is a disgusting fight. I mean, this is a disgusting run. We are currently on a 3-sack, mind you. We are currently still not quite at 14 minutes. So after this after this clear, it'll probably be like a we'll say I'm gonna put it at 14-12.
14-18, something like that. 14-12 is looking a lot more realistic now. Oh my lord.
14-14.
14-14. What the hell? Oh my
14-14
lord.
on the 3-sack.
14-14 on a 3-sack on Lucifer. And Thomas is on pace to set one of the faster 3-weapons times with Lucifer in this tournament.
That's right. Pretty freaking wild. Pretty freaking wild. Tonus is a monster. I have to say it. As a person who keeps getting world records taken from them by Tonus is a monster. They're so good.
Electing for, it looks like he's going into third weapon Beowulf, and he is running Dionysus cast with Stygian.
Dionysus Beowulf! It's time.
And, you know, before this match started, Tonus was mulling over the idea of doing Infernal Dionysus Beowulf.
Right to the epic cast.
Talk him out of it.
Oh, he always does this rebind right. It's a very interesting timing for this. He always goes in, he fights the first enemy, and then he rebinds his cast.
I think that's just Tonus remembering that he does not have it rebound.
I think so as well. He's yeah.
We're on the hunt for a Chaos Gate.
That we are. This is the time. So for anybody who is unfamiliar in the audience, Dionysus cast Beowulf is a build that is a little bit more high rolly than your average Beowulf build. Essentially what you need to pick up a second cast. Now how you get that second cast, it really doesn't matter as long as you have one, but the general way that you can do it so you can have it forever and early is you need to find a Chaos Gate, and then inside that Chaos Gate you need to find the +1 cast Chaos buff, which you'll basically take with any Malice. I don't care what it is. You can have more foes, you can have hidden rooms, it doesn't matter. You take the +1 cast.
70% more foes, you take that extra cast and accept the time loss.
Exactly.
You know, and the funny thing is, Tonus, he doesn't disagree that you need an extra cast on Dionysus Beowulf, but he has put up some solid times without it. I believe he has somewhere in the 16-minute range on a 3-sack with 1 cast Dionysus Beowulf.
Insane.
That being said, you'd probably prefer to see an extra cast, ideally by now.
Yeah, this is a little late for seeing a Chaos Gate here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there are the legendary circumstances where you don't see a Chaos Gate until like Elysium. We are gonna hope that something like that doesn't happen.
And you know, one of the things that Flood Flare opened up when it became the meta was, you know, Beowulf, at least with Dionysus cast, your god pool is very, very stingy. Since you want to get that shot too, you need that Artemis, you need that Poseidon. You don't want to be taking other gods, and Tonus already has an Eris.
Yeah, which is not good. You it looks like we have Seagull finishing up the Hades fight at 35 about 35 minutes, which means he is about 4.5 minutes behind. No, 3.5 minutes behind.
3.5 minutes behind. Heading into, I believe, Hera. Wait, no, they banned Hera. Heading into Poseidon Sword, actually.
Yes.
Yeah.
Gonna be very interesting. I think he plays Athena cast Poseidon Sword. So we're gonna see 2 very duo heavy builds dueling.
He forgot to change weapon. Oh no.
I guess he just has to quit out.
We'll see when he realizes, but Seagull, that is not.
There it is. There's the give up. And going back to the House 80s.
There we go.
Yep. Not a problem. Not a problem. going back into it, actually doing the thing now. Ooh, okay. I don't know if I agree with Tonus taking this Aphrodite here. I think there was money on the other door, but
There might have
at
been
the
money.
very least, does see a Chaos Gate in here, so that's at least helpful.
He's seeing through the rooms. He saw the Chaos Gate. We have to assume taking that
That's
Aphrodite
right.
is absolutely very, very questionable, though.
Yeah, I cannot possibly agree with that, given how god stingy Diobeo is.
We were
Let's
hearing
see.
from
Here's the moment.
was in fact an Athena, so it wouldn't have made a difference one way or another.
Okay, it was bad either way.
Rolling twice, does not find the extra cast. Picks up boon rarity over cast damage.
I can see it. There's a thing where you basically on this now that, especially since you have other gods in the pool, like
Mhm.
you need to be able to filter through those duos as quickly as possible.
Fair enough.
So at a certain point, if he ends up having to pick up, say, like an Athena core boon, he needs to be able to get the pain that is oh god, what's it called?
Calculated risk.
Calculated risk. He needs to get the pain that is calculated risk out of the pool as quickly as possible. So,
And Sequel picking up Piercing Wave, probably the second best sword hammer after Double Edge,
I'd agree with that.
along with like maybe Breaching Slash.
Yeah, I think it goes like double edge, then piercing wave, and then breaching slash, just a little bit under piercing wave, but both of those are like significantly under Dedge. You know,
Passing up a epic exit wounds for Deadly Flourish, which on failing shot might not be the worst decision actually.
maybe. I don't know. I still think exit wounds is really good, but failing shot does have good enough damage that it probably doesn't matter. Like its boss damage is still very solid even without it.
Mhm.
This ain't Zeus cast.
This ain't Zeus cast. It does set up, in the long term, something like, maybe a fully loaded.
Fully loaded. But this, the other pick does set up potentially a Mirage shot, so.
And these have been some real unfortunate Hermes from Seagull. Not seeing that flurry cast that you want to see on the Athena cast build, having to settle for +1 dash.
Yeah, seriously. This has been Hermes saying coming in for Seagull and telling him that he doesn't want him to win. Tonos, on the other hand, getting like epic rush delivery. So see, Hermes has obviously picked a favorite this time.
He has picked a favorite. Hermes saying, "You don't get to have good things, Seagull."
I don't like birds. They get in my way. We are entirely in the on the Norseman side.
Tonus kind of slogging through this Asphodel with that one cast.
Yeah.
Making the most of it. The really unfortunate thing with one cast is you see these armored enemies where he can kind of burst down the armor with one cast, but needs just one more to get through the health bar. And instead he has to just whack them to death.
Yeah, I will say this is not looking like a particularly nice Diobeo run here. We're on Chamber 20 at this point, picking up your first Artemis. No Poseidon in the pool. Pool's full, so you can't see a natural one. Going into Chamber 21 mid shop into 22 mini boss is going to be nice. That is going to be fast, but no second cast. It's looking a little rough here.
I will say yet again, this is a false 22. Since he didn't have to take that extension chaos for the extra cast. That was
Never
not there.
mind. So still got another chamber after this to go through. Nice grouping after the 4 witch, taking out all 3 of the witches there, but on one cast, which is solid, but still.
Taking that pressure points, and he's really hoping and praying for a dream. He has one of the 2 necessary components of fully loaded. Will he find it? Who knows?
I mean, fully loaded has been seen once on a Beowulf build in this tournament, like actually on today. So who knows?
Who knows? I think we know.
Yeah, we know it's not gonna happen.
It's not gonna happen.
No.
But if it does, that'd be very neat. And well, Seagull has to ride the wave, picking up Poseidon's aid instead of Tidal Dash to open up that Mirage shot. Oh no, that's tragic. Rolling once, not being able to afford that extra Prometheus stone for Lerny, but he does have a Chaos coming up with that Light of Ix.
Light of Ixion.
Buying that Nemesis Crest was probably a little bit of a slip of the finger.
Yeah.
Nemesis Crest, one of the stronger bonuses in the game. It's plus 50% backstab damage.
Mhm.
Also one of the more costly items in the game. 60 obols.
Ooh, 60 base. That's really expensive. I mean, if we think about it as compared to like a Braid of Atlas is plus 50% cast damage, and it costs 20. So, you know, very expensive.
You gotta weigh the pros and cons.
Backstab versus cast damage. 20 versus 60. I feel like these ratios don't make much sense, but okay.
They might not. Meanwhile, passing up on the Nemesis Crest, picking up the Prometheus Stone instead. That Tonus so desperately wanted. And does he find the Mirage Shot? Just settling for pressure points, not bothering to roll.
Yeah, I think that's probably fine here. I think we're likely going to see an Aphrodite. What would we take out of Aphrodite here? Not much is appealing. Probably no core boons.
And maybe taking
Oh,
the
Heartbreak
attack.
Strike. Okay, sure.
Seagull says, I don't care. Get all the duo boons in my pool.
And due to this really stinky run from Tonus and the pretty decent run coming out from Seagull's actually made up a lot of the lead. Seagull is in fact only a Lerny fight and a mid biome room behind.
Although Tonus's luck might start to change here. We're
We'll
looking
see
at
how this treats him.
This might be the second and last chaos of the run, so we're really holding our breath. Not on the first roll, and not on the second. That's so unfortunate. 5 attempts to find an extra cast, and no extra cast found for Tonus. This is not your average Diobeo run.
No, now it's really down to wells and and fully loaded. That's all the hope that is left. Plus, Tonus has actually given up on Mirage Shot at this point, going strictly for the Hourglass to try and keep any Promethean stones that he picks up for even longer. So,
and I understand that pick. He's really feeling this lack of an extra cast. Finds one Prometheus stone. You know what? That's just as good. You stem the flow.
Basically. And picking up Sudden Rush here is going to be very nice. It's no charge shot, but it's the next best thing.
Taking the trial just to get another Artemis. That is a Hail Mary for fully loaded right there.
Absolutely. This is what we call a gamer play. Doesn't even get a prereq.
Doesn't does find an epic mark, which is going to help his room clear, but his boss damage is really going to suffer.
Yeah, it's we may see a Seagull come back here because Seagull's build, while Seagull's build isn't insane, Seagull's build is does function better just as a base, right?
Yes.
And that's the big difference here is that Tonus went for a very high roll and terrible hammer options there, but on the other side, we just have a solid Athena cast build coming out that should actually be able to do some reasonable room clear.
I didn't see the hammer options. What were they? Was it a very classic sword hammer?
Dash Nova, Flurry Slash, Supernova, I believe.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
where 2 of the hammers ruin your build and the other one simply does not.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want that third hammer, but at the very least, it doesn't fuck you.
Mm-hmm. Now, something like Blade Dash isn't really a core boon you can afford on Flood Flare Bayo, where it opens up Curse of Drowning. On Dionysus Bayo, you can kind of take it with impunity here.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, it's funny that you mentioned that Curse of Drowning can be gotten on Beowulf because Amir, why? Amir, why? Anyway.
And we're looking at a potential salvation for Tonus. He really cannot wait for this room to end so he can go and check that well. And
that well.
A Gaia's Treasure and a tinge of Erebus.
Yeah, I mean, getting a +1 cast out of the well is extremely rare. It's each of the slots, it's like a 1 in 21 chance to appear. Parting Shot also picked up for Seagull here.
His parting
Just
shot,
not-
I'm not sure if it actually does anything. Because he does have fiery presence on.
That's
It'll-
true. It does add 25% backstab. Yeah. So like it does
Yeah.
something.
At some point, he will have to backstab.
Yeah.
He is only Eris' front here.
Unfortunately, no go from that well. Again, each of the slots. So to tell you a little bit about the well, the well options. The first well option is always going to be health related, so it can't roll in there. And then the second two well options are varied, but there's about 20 to 21 different options that can appear in those slots. So if you're looking for any particular one, you have like 2 shots at a 21 at a 1 in 21 chance. So
the salvation in the form of a 35 fountain.
yeah,
Picking up that extra health, trying to avoid the penalty box yet again.
still managing to keep in the lead, but not by as much as was previously on his plate. So gonna be a lot closer than we thought it was gonna be coming out of the first 2 runs.
Very, very nice Beowulf mechanics. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the cast to really take advantage of it. But
Yeah, I mean, Tonus plays extraordinarily well. He's using Beowulf. He's using this stinky Beowulf build to the utmost.
to the utmost of his ability.
Yeah,
Exiting at 15 minutes, not really the... Oh, and there's a Prometheus Stone. He's got everything that he wants.
he's got everything. Yeah, he's here. He's made it. We are alive.
No longer dead in the water. Seagull, it's going to take a lot for Seagull to catch up at this point.
Yeah, Seagull basically needed a 34 free room here to have a chance, and unfortunately did not get it. And I think also Seagull is kind of running into what Athena cast runs into sometimes, which is that as much as it is more consistent than Dionysus Beowulf, it does have a lot of duo boons that it's looking for, and if you don't have the right pool and you don't get the right sort of like set of things, you can just have a run that doesn't do very much. Like your room clear just isn't that good.
With short tunnels, Tonus could actually carry this Prometheus Stone all the way to Dad Fight. With long tunnels, though, it's going to be a little bit close.
Because how long is a Prometheus Stone? Like on a well,
On the
like
Charon item, it's 14 rooms, I believe.
14. So if it's like 6, if it were 6 per path, then you couldn't. But if it's 5 per path, you could. So yeah. So that, yeah, you need short tunnels here. And it looks like the first tunnel is a short tunnel, so that's good at the very least.
Picks up support fire. Is there an Artemis in the shop?
Come on. Nope.
There is not. No fully loaded. And the fully loaded dream is dead, as it should be.
Yeah, it's always dead. It's always dead unless you're not looking for it.
Yeah.
Let's see. We have, I mean, the paths aren't going super great, but still managing to be on pretty short paths. Looks like if this is, yeah, it's a mini boss, these are short paths.
It's a short path, and he'll probably carry this, barring any major difficulties, he'll carry this stone into the Dad Fight.
Yeah, I mean,
Very
it's
likely.
5. Since there's a guaranteed 3 path for the last one, then it's guaranteed.
And meanwhile, Seal working his way through sticks. This is where failing shot, you really want to have that lightning phalanx, but forcing a 5-god pool is often unwise.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's fine on Athena cast Poseidon, but Seagull knows this build better than I do, so I'll defer to his judgment on this one.
I feel like a lot of the time forcing a 5-god pool kind of does nothing if you have God's Legacy, because you just pick up duos.
Yeah. That's been my experience as well.
He is a little bit understandably hesitant to go for it. Picks up Heartrend,
Nice
sure, why
Heart Rend.
You know, if his cast crits, that's going to be a large crit.
True, and I mean, does he have pressure points?
He does have pressure points.
Then yeah, if his cast crits, it's gonna be massive. All right, and now we have what is, I would call this a low power Diobeo build, but it is a Diobeo build. It does have +1 cast, so you can do some damage against Dad.
It will take him around 2 volleys of cast to phase Dad, which is about as much as you'd need for Flood Flare either way.
Yeah.
Flood Flare, you do get the cast back a lot quicker. So Engulfing Vortex actually does pull Dad in between his phases, so you'll see Dad sort of shift around.
Yeah.
Curtis Engulfing Vortex.
You will see Dad wave dash, wave slide around the battlefield as he gets shredded by blades, except not because of the invuln phase. A little bit mistimed on the cast there. It does end up firing it directly into the dice. Looks like we're going to be clearing up at a low 52 here for Tonus.
Fair enough.
Yeah. And away we
Seagull losing a DD in this Styx chamber to a trap.
Oh boy.
Very
That's
unfortunate.
very unfortunate. That's not something you like to see.
This is kind of scary territory for a Poseidon sword run. Poseidon
Seriously.
sword in general, not really one of the more resilient weapons when it comes to a Dad fight.
Yeah, there was an old adage back in the old days of all weapons, is that your run died in one of two places: on Serrated Point with Achilles or on Poseidon sword. Those are the only places, because everyone always died on Poseidon sword. The weapon is so unsafe to play. You put yourself out of iframes either with your dash strikes or your casts, because casts require you to sort of stand in place all the time. Though it is a little bit safer with Athena cast because you are putting out a giant shield of deflection every time you cast.
And not only that, it's gonna generally have a faster Dad fight. So obviously, the shorter a Dad fight is, the less chance that you die. And he does have the Acorn, so
Yeah, Acorn does help.
Onus
Currently
highlighting all the important parts of his build. That Prometheus stone.
Basically the only thing that mattered in that entire build. Yeah. Prometheus stone and the hourglass, a true combo. A combo made in, I don't know, hell. Regardless. God, that's a lot of casts.
A lot of casts, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah. Mirage shot online, Mirage shot hidden like a truck.
Something about
And this
failing
is where-
shot with Mirage shot just looks so beautiful.
Yes, it does. And this is where the exit wounds would have been nice, but you know.
He did pick up a common exit wounds just before heading into this fight.
Oh, he did? Never mind. I'm a fool. Anyway, a differential of about 2 minutes between the two of them, not anywhere near as bad as it was earlier on because of that Bayo run. Seagull, talk to us. How do you think that run went?
I had a lot of fun. I haven't seen worse rooms than that in a while.
I was gonna ask if you had fun.
I had fun. The rooms were pitiful, honestly. Like, just Elysium was not kind to me. I don't think I saw a single armored witch, armored chariot, or armored flame wheel. But
It's true.
it was. I had a lot of fun. A little sad that I didn't get the charge skewer on Hades. That really helps that come together.
Hoping for it.
But I was having fun. I got to play a little different than the stuff I've been practicing all week, so no complaints here.
Nice.
All right. And what about you? Did you have fun?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. That Lucifer was super fun. Lucifer good. And well, the Beowulf run went kinda as badly as you can imagine, but still fun, right?
Yeah.
You don't go third weapon Diobel expecting to get the second cast, so
Oh, you didn't.
Just-
You didn't do it. You didn't end up doing Infernal. Too bad.
no, I did. I did Stygian and got mega cocked by Chaos and the Well.
I gotta ask you, what was it like buying that Nemesis crest, rolling once, and then seeing a Prometheus stone you couldn't afford?
Oh no.
I was thinking that what is the way I can express my feelings to all of you? right at that moment, but I didn't really find a way. I tried like tapping it multiple times to. I think I bought health. I think it was health I bought, and
I
I
think
didn't need any.
well.
I would
Yeah.
also like to apologize to Tunis. We had a tacit agreement that if we were to play, that he would let me play Hestia and I would let him play Hera. But then, and so in my mind, I was like, okay, so I'm just going to ban his Hestia. Then he brought Lucifer and I forgot. So I'm sorry.
It's fine. The Lucifer was really good.
Good.
Yeah,
It was
the
like
Lucifer
14
run
minutes run.
Yeah,
Oh.
it was like a 635 Asphodel exit on
Wow.
Lucifer, which is nutty.
Can't wait to watch.
Unless you had a funner, not a funner, a faster race yesterday, or faster weapon yesterday. I think that's the fastest weapon in this hyper delivery so far.
Yeah,
Lucifer.
seriously,
Lucifer
extraordinarily
gang.
fast. It's such a good weapon. Everyone always underestimates Lucifer. I mean,
You
it's
did.
so good.
I
I
will-
did.
Yeah, I spent the better part of yesterday listening to Tonus tell me what a bad weapon Lucifer was. For what I believe.
Lucifer's so good. It's just,
Just
like
find
not.
purple RD.
It's just not Eris. Okay, that's
Literally,
it.
that's exactly what it is. It is not Eris.
Yeah.
Not
Eris.
Eris. Yeah.
And you know the name
Anyway,
of the series. No more Eris.
yeah. Next hyper delivery series, Lucifer is good. All right. So with that, we are going to be closing out. We're going to be going to a little bit of a commercial break, and then we'll be back with the finals of Hyper Delivery 2, No More Eris. Hey everybody, welcome back to the finals of Hyper Delivery 2 _ No More Eris. I am again your commentator, Doug Zero, here with Bright01.
I'm your other commentator, Bright01.
Hey, there he is. And we're gonna bring in your finals competitors right now. Ananke, Wrist, how are you both doing?
Okay. How about you? Anything special?
You know, I probably shouldn't have brought both of you in at the same time. That's on me.
It's surprising. He's clearly not having it.
Wrist is currently imploding.
Broken.
Being asked how he's doing.
I'm
Immediately
doing
starts-
great. I'm listening
Right.
to some lo-fi hip hop.
Oh my god.
that you are, which hopefully isn't
Continuous.
coming across on your stream.
I was given explicit permission from production.
That's fair.
Wrist. I heard that in the downtime between matches you were verifying runs. Is this correct?
What a gamer.
Absolutely.
What a dedicated man devoted to his community, not even focusing on the races.
Are you
Okay.
guys going to soliloquize about me for the next 5 minutes? Because that'd be pretty
Too
cool.
much praise to Wrist. Not allowed.
With
We
that, why don't
are-
we just get into the match?
Yeah.
Soliloquize.
All right.
I
Wrist,
hate
what weapons are you bringing
It's a
here?
real word. God. I'm gonna bring Nemesis, Beowulf, Hera, Lucifer.
All right. And
50.
Anake, what weapons are you bringing?
I am bringing.
Wait, I can't
Nemesis-
remember his
Yeah.
weapons if he tells them to me now. Have him banned
Okay,
first.
Fine. Do that.
All right. I will be banning the Hera bow.
Okay.
All right.
It's too good.
Fair enough.
All right. As for my weapons are Nemesis sword, Hestia rail, Hera bow, and Demeter fists. I couldn't leave it out.
Okay.
Yes.
Gotta
Fair enough.
bring it again.
You said,
And wrist.
did you say Nemesis, Hera, Fists, and Hestia?
That's
Yes.
correct. What's your ban?
It's Hera.
All right.
Goodbye, Hera. Hera's too
Goodbye,
strong.
Hera. This is
Hate
Hyper
you too,
Delivery
no more
2.
Hera.
No more
No.
Hera.
No more
Yeah.
Hera.
Fascinating.
Seen a lot of Hera bands, that's for dang sure. Well,
Yeah.
go and get everything set up. Head to the mirror or head to the pact. And would you like a text or audio countdown?
Texter, of course, standard for me.
I'll take audio.
You got it, buddy.
All right. I can do the
Thank
text
you.
if you want to do the audio.
All right,
I
hold on.
will.
Alrighty, I will pop out. Good luck. Wrist 13. Ultimate
you.
Mastermind.
Good luck to you, Ananja.
All right. Looks like they are both on the pact. I'll give them a second to make sure that everything's good, because we don't want another Tonus incident. There we go. All right. So we are going to be starting up the finals of Hyper Delivery 2 in 3, 2,
Wait.
1.
Wait,
What?
I'm sorry. I fucked up. I didn't have my splits open. Okay, now I'm ready. I
Oh
did not do
my
that on purpose. I promise.
Wrist!
It's like something's missing here.
You're fired from competition. Come back to commentary. All right. We are going again now in 3, 2, 1, go.
I hate Riz 13. Can we disqualify him?
Can we disqualify him in the finals? He immediately gets 16th out of nowhere in an 8-person tournament. All right. So Riz doing what he did last time, which is the Mob Palm Ares attack start on Nemesis, going directly into a second Ares. Very interesting. Whereas we have, as it was with Tonus last time, the more traditional start from Ananke here.
Ananke picking up extra health from that chaos, choosing not to high roll. Can't blame him. there's a lot of game left to be played. You want the rules to go through it.
Indeed. We'll see. You know, this is the time. If there were any time for Wrist to not get double edge naturally after forcing Eris, this would be it. But we'll see what happens.
Either that or Risk will be 3 for 3 on double edge after not forcing it.
Which is crazy, by the way. Double edge, for those of you who
oh my lord, that's a natural Athena.
What? Oh my god, Wrist. Double edge is a 1 in 4 chance, and that natural Athena right there is a 1 in 8 chance. So let's hope. I've watched Dunk Reset 16 times for it. That you have, Timbo. It's not easy to find.
All right, let's see. Chamber 6 buys the bag, finds an Artemis, picks up pressure points, moves on with his life.
Doesn't buy the. Yeah, I guess that's probably correct because he has the Athena in his pool. Yeah, and so yeah, that's fine. But even still, like, hammer good.
Hammer good. Does he crop this? He does not.
Yeah, I mean, like, I guess the difference between epic and heroic attack isn't that crazy, and you do want that epic doom for Tartarus specifically. It's true. It helps a lot with your Tartarus clear.
True enough.
Hyper Sprint picked up for Ananke, so Ananke now has access to both of the Nemesis Sword good options, which are Hyper Delivery and dashes. Yeah. So.
Meanwhile, Risk picking up the very, very potent combo of pressure points and march, heading into an ME trial.
Gotta love to see this. Let's see what he gets out of this. Failing shot initially, has to roll it, doesn't get it on the second roll, rolls again,
does not find it, has to fill the cast slot. Let's see what he finds out of this Eris. It can't be anything good. He's already picked up Impending, Chamber 2. Now he's just really on the hunt for the dash.
That's right. The hunt for the dash and the hunt for ME. The hunt for not red boon. Let's see how long it takes for him to clear this. This isn't one of the better... Like, this is an okay spawn, but still not one of the better ones for the trial.
Ananke palming that Deadly Strike over the Hunter's Mark. I'm not quite sure about that.
Nah, I mean, I guess one palm and Deadly Strike is okay because it is 8%, but like, it's still the palms and Hunter's Mark are really good.
Palms and Hunter's Mark are extremely valuable. You want to bolster that crit chance, so basically every single strike that you're gonna get is a crit.
Right, and I mean, honestly, blistering Tartarus coming out of Ananke here, exiting at 320.
A little bit slower on wrist end, but that chaos into Fountain for 11 and 12 is really going to help out. And he has a chance at Merciful End here at the end shop.
And he
does not find it. Picks up instead his third unseeded double edge of the tournament. Someone check this man's files.
I hate him. Just to say, Wrist 13 is actually a good friend of mine, but still.
I will say, good people of chat, why seed for your double edge when you can simply just find it anyway?
Why reset 16, 17 times for double edge if you could just get double edge every time?
Wrist 13, please hand over your files to Museus for inspection.
Yeah. Good God. Well, even still, Ananke does still have a little bit of a lead here, as Wrist's final Tartarus clear was actually over 4 minutes, at 4 minutes and 11 seconds. Whereas Ananke is, you know...
So selling that cast, what do you think about that?
I don't like it.
I don't like it.
And here's the basic reasoning. Because with that course slot now open again, you could just get Failing Shot again.
Exactly. And for an extra free room is good. Don't get me wrong. A free room is always good. But, oh lord. If he ends up getting Failing Shot offered instead of Divine Dash, this is really, really going to hurt. And he has a movement speed curse on top of a dash speed curse. Wrist 13 is the slowest moving Zag this side of hell. I don't know.
This side of the river Styx.
This side of the river Styx.
On the other side, we do see that Ananke now has I believe Hunter's Mark and Attack and Dash now. So feeling real good. Ooh, Wrist making a little bit of a movement error, missing the fountain there. And on when you have no movement speed, that does actually kind of hurt.
It does actually hurt. And both of them doing the mouse tech. Let's see, do they hit it? And it's a simultaneous 4 Witch Meg for both.
Heck yeah. Mouse tech is good. Does end up seeing the Divine Dash, rolls for Merciful End there, but ends up just taking the Divine Dash off the second roll. So didn't get super hard punished for that failing shot roll so far.
Having
But
the cast slot full would have helped his Merciful End chances from here on out.
that's what I was gonna say. Yeah, now that the Korboon slot is open, though, now if he gets another Athena, it's guaranteed to offer Phalanx shot on the first slot. So fewer slots for the Merciful End.
It could be Phalanx shot, or it could even be the very, very cursed replacement offering that we see so often on Merciful End builds.
Oh god.
And Ananke's heading straight into this this learning fight, sub 7 minutes.
Very, very nice. Probably going to come out at a low 7 here. Absolutely deletes the first phase of Learny. Am I missing something?
What does Risk find from this Hermes? Finding +2 dashes from this Hermes. You can't hate it.
Yeah. Does he have common RD at the moment?
I'm actually not sure. I didn't see what he picked up for second Hermes.
I think
he did take common RD.
Okay, yeah, so here's an interesting thing about this. Technically, I think on Nemesis +1 dash, if you're just going off the dash strike, is better. But you then common RD I think is in a vacuum just like the worst on Nemesis. But if you're going to be going for call damage, there he goes, he's going for the Zeus call. That's going to be able to boost his Zeus call and really get him to have some solid damage off the call.
Dashes, I think I would probably take the dash if he had found anything good from that first chaos. Any bonus attack damage, any bonus dash strike damage, that also stacks with the hyper delivery. And then in that scenario, a dash becomes infinitely more valuable.
Absolutely. I think in this case, it's probably correct here, though does end up picking up a dash strike chaos here.
First special damage may come back to haunt him, but he has 200 HP, looking mighty comfy here in Elysium.
That's right. And, Rist's build, unfortunately, hasn't quite come together yet. Rist does not have Merciful End here, and is taking an Eris keepsake here, which is one of the benefits of taking this Eris first build. You can take Mom Pom in, get a nice couple Poms into your attack, and still have access to both the Athena and the Eris keepsake later on in the game. So makes Merciful End a little bit more consistent, even if
he does have a Nectar charge and a Yarn heading into it. I will say the barometer for a good Merciful End run is usually if you can get Merciful End before Learny.
Right.
And at this point, Rist really each room where he does not have his build online, he is losing time compared to Ananke.
To be fair, though, he is getting a little bit of value out of that double edge. Plus, I believe he took an attack chaos earlier, so he's able to do a little bit more damage than you'd expect out of a no Merciful End build due to that and his sort of like dire misfortune impending doom combo that he's got going on. So, doing better than you would without Merciful End normally, but still not like exactly where he wants to be.
Taking Dash Nova.
All right.
I did see Risk13 in chat earlier today saying Dash Nova is good.
He does like Dash Nova, but I will say, unless he's good at controlling it, he's probably gonna get owned here.
He is living or dying by those words.
Yeah. Let's see how good he is at controlling it. So far, not looking great. So far, Dash Novaing away from the Minotaur. And
so far, Dash Nova really is looking like Dash Nova. But he does have Merciful End online.
That's true. So when he does dash, my god, does he dash well. But not Nova. Not that part. Not the dash Nova. You know what I mean. Moving to a 33 Patty for Ananke.
Simultaneous free rooms for both racers. Gross.
30, yeah, though Wrists is a couple chambers behind. So we have 34 for Ananke and 32 for Wrist going simultaneously here. Wrist has a pretty good room here on 32. Ananke is 34, not quite so good, but still
Although
managing.
it's finishing up right here.
Yeah.
And I have to say, I'm not quite sold on this Dash Nova take, are you?
Oh, no. My God, no. I think the Dash Nova take is incorrect. I mean, like, maybe, here's the thing. I think if maybe somebody like Retrash or somebody who had, like, Retrash decided to take his God Gamer skills from high heat and take it to speedrunning, right? And he's done a lot of practice in high heat with Dash Nova. He's played it in, like, 50 heat. I think maybe in that case, I could see an argument for taking it. But if you aren't heavily practiced in Dash Nova, like, it technically is a thing that's probably pretty good, but you have to work on it to make it actually perform.
It's sort of like throwing a curveball, right? Or like a knuckleball. You sacrifice any ability to throw a normal pitch. You just have to be able to play Dash Nova.
Absolutely,
And so Risk 13 actually entering the heroes fight at the same time that Ananke leaves it. Trying to use this Dash Nova for movement, I'm not sold.
Nope. Because there's this little landing animation, and the landing animation takes longer than you would be walking. Whatever.
He's committed. He's in it.
He's allowed to make these choices, and boy, oh boy, is he making them. Oh gosh, dashing behind the pillar away from the Minotaur.
Oh well. It's still a fine time. It's about what you'd expect from a Merciful End build that only gets Merciful End in Elysium.
Yeah.
Trying still desperately to Dash Nova his way through these chambers.
He just wants to prove us wrong, and in fact is proving us right.
Wrist, please just walk.
Yeah, Wrist, walk, please. Please, my friend, you have 4 dashes and hyper sprint. You have a hyper sprint. Why are you Dash Novaing? All right, anyway. This is why Wrist is not allowed to win this. But who knows?
Meanwhile, Ananke rolling over Sweet Surrender, finding Dying Lament instead. I
think I like
probably hoping for one of those Smoldering Air or Heartrend things, but
yeah, even still, I like Dying Lament here because honestly, like Ananke is not super hurting for boss damage at this point. I think the thing that he's really hurting for is like some of his room clear can be a little awkward against things like tiny rats. That's something that Nemesis struggles with in general. So,
it appears Risk may have dislocated his brain somewhere in that mid biome. Not changing Eris' keepsake, Dash Novaing away from the trophy case, and keeping the blood-filled vial into Dad.
I guess. I mean, the blood-filled vial is empty at this point. He's already gotten the Eris, so I guess he's going to try and refill it with the blood of his father. And yeah, just sort of deciding that nothing that he's going to take is going to matter here, I guess, even though he has an empty call slot. It's probably just a brain fart.
Probably just a brain fart. I believe he tried to Dash Nova twice in that mid biome, and that's really all the brain power you can spare.
Yeah. He's so focused on the Dash Nova. This is like we were talking about. The Dash Nova, it consumes all. I mean, it's consuming our brains as well. Like, it's all we can talk about on commentary.
Meanwhile, Ananke finishing up stakes, heading into the Dad fight.
Exactly. Coming in at a very respectable 14 minutes and about 30 seconds. Yeah, 14. It should split at about 14:30, 31. Yeah, I was wrong. All right.
The Dad fight split is always very slow on the auto splitter.
Yeah, I don't know how the auto splitter splits a lot of times because I manually split.
It always does it when the save icon pops up.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah. In any case, entering into the Hades fight 14:35, it's going to probably be about a 16-minute Dad fight. Which is very, very solid for your first run.
And consistent. I believe Ananke's run versus Seagull, he had a 16-minute flat first weapon.
That's right. It was about 16-minute flat. So, like, Ananke showing that he is, if nothing, he is consistent, if nothing else. But the other thing that he is very good.
Very fast.
Yes. On the other side, we can see Rist is just entering the Hades fight at 15-13. So
Buying another Hermes does not find that rush delivery, unfortunately.
yeah, not
this
great.
But holy lord, the damage.
Yeah, this is full build mostly.
A full ME Nemesis build, just it does damage.
Nemesis. It does damage. So we're gonna see probably a little bit of time made up in just like raw damage if he can ever hit with his Dash Nova.
Oh my lord, he's losing his dash tricks.
Yeah, he's losing his Dash.
He's
Dash
fine.
Nova.
And that's a 1541 actually on first weapon for Ananke, heading into second weapon. Dash Nova putting Rist squarely in the lasers. And saving the Artie call for last phase. Wise move. Finishing off Dad. A pretty solid run by any means. Like, this is still like a 1630. There's still plenty of Hades left to play.
Absolutely. No, very nice. They're actually not that far apart. 15, I mean, they're like a minute-ish apart, 50 seconds. So not unsurmountable by any means. And we do have Ananke starting out on Common Doom, which is not really what you want to see on Demeter Fists.
And if I know Ananke, he's running God's Pride here.
Oh, he certainly is. So he has been destroyed by the scam that is God's Pride.
Yeah, Ananke just simply does not think that God's Legacy is the way to go for ME Fists.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see if it pays off here. Unfortunately, the first part of the puzzle, Common Doom, not very happy with that one. He rolled once, just settled for it. Yeah, I have seen him roll twice in non-race settings.
Yeah,
and to be honest, I've never seen him not get Epic Doom in a race setting. So this is unexplored territory.
Right. Yeah. No, I mean, I think I agree. In race settings, like there is an argument for God's Pride in race settings, just because in race settings. Or God's Legacy in race settings, just because in race settings, you a lot of times more just want to get everything assembled rather than get the best version of things.
Mm-hmm.
But even if you're on God's Legacy, I think one roll for it is fine. But after a certain point, you have to kind of fall back on the idea of like, yeah, I just need to get my build together. I'll worry about rarity on the Hermes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so saving those rolls is effective.
And we're kind of seeing both these players on kind of their signature weapon, right? So Rist is playing Beowulf, a weapon that he has, probably more hours on than any other weapon. Ananke is playing Fists, the weapon that he started speedrunning on.
It is going to be sort of a clash of the Titans in a way. At least the Titans of these. Oh, charge shot!
That's charge shot. That's charge shot.
Charge shot! Oh my god, that's crazy. Charge shot is going to really speed up Tartarus for Rist. So this could be a little bit of comeback potential, especially since Ananke looks to be getting some kind of bad rooms here.
A little bit. Rist trying to hit that pot takes two hits. Either way, at this point, this is completely ideal for a Beowulf Tartarus. You're seeing these large armored enemies after you already have a couple palms in your cast, after you found charge shot. Absolutely fantastic.
Fantastic. Yeah, they're both entering the shop, but Ananke's shop is a much later shop. Ananke actually opting to not make a choice that has punished him in races in the past, which is picking up a Heaven's Vengeance out of a Zeus early.
Yes.
Instead, opting for the Electric Shot, because Electric Shot on Zeus does not add any duos into your duo pool with your primary gods, whereas Heaven's Vengeance, weirdly enough, does.
Unfortunately, in this case, it has actually added a duo to his pool, because Ananke did pick up a Curse of Vengeance room 3 or room 4.
Oh no!
So Curse.
Oh, he already has.
Vengeful Mood is indeed online for Ananke.
Oh dear. Well, hopefully that doesn't come back to bite Ananke in the ass again.
Hopefully it does not come back to haunt him.
We have seen too many Ananke vengeful moods. I just want my mans to have merciful end. On the other side, we see a Sisyphus being picked up in Chamber 11 for Rist 13, going into Chamber 12, clearing everything out as quickly as he can. They are pretty dang close again.
It's like
a lot
Wrist
of
is fumbling a little bit with the Snowburst.
Oh, he has
I'm
a
not sure if
snow-
it's like I'm not sure if it's a boon he usually takes on Beowulf, but the timing of his casts is a little bit awkward.
Right. As in, like, you want to be timing your casts as, like, when enemies are near you, like dashing into enemies and then casting near them.
Yeah, sort of like he's got that with the with Tisiphone.
Yeah. So, a question for somebody, because I actually don't play with Snowburst and Beowulf that much. If you have Charge Shot and Snowburst, dashing into... Is it still good to be dashing close to people like that? Because a lot of times with Charge Shot, you want to be able to, like, get lines and hit multiple enemies simultaneously.
Yeah, so it's a little bit weird because
awkward.
the Snowburst radius is like still centered around Zag,
Right.
which means you do have to play a little bit closer to enemies, and sometimes you just have a dead Snowburst where it doesn't hit anything.
Yeah.
Which is a little bit unfortunate, but you have Charge Shot. You can't really be too upset.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, that's kind of what I was feeling about it. Is it felt a little bit more like he was going in on the Charge Shot and less on the Snowburst, which, you know,
Absolutely.
probably fair.
It makes sense.
Yeah. Okay. Picking up more palms in that Curse of Agony, that is exactly what we want to be seeing, because Curse of Agony at common needs a lot of palms to be powerful.
It needs a ton of palms.
It's getting
not
to the point.
picking up the Demeter. Really interesting. I think with God's Pride Gaming, you know, as soon as you see a Demeter with a common Doom, I think you just take it.
Well,
the opportunity to get a rare crop is absolutely huge.
How many gods are in his pool at the moment?
I think
it's only
this will be his fourth.
That'll be his fourth, yeah. So I think if he picked up the Demeter there, that would have taken him to a 5-god pool with no Merciful.
That is a good point. That is a good point.
That would have been really scary.
Mm-hmm. I'm actually not sure who the fourth god is, now that I think about it. I think he has Eris, Athena, Aphro.
Yeah,
It's
Aphro.
And Zeus.
Yeah. So with that, I think that it was correct to skip it just for that 5-god pool.
Most likely, yeah. And both of them hitting. Oh gosh, the 4 Witch Meg with a cast weapon is just so satisfying.
It's so satisfying. You just watch as all of the witches explode simultaneously. It's wonderful. Rolling for Deadly Strike, picks it up.
Oh no! Picking up the Vengeful Mood. Very unfortunate for an Anke.
Not again. I am of the mind that I think just forever we need to never pick up. We never.
We need to
pick
stop
up-
taking vengeance boons on
We have
Merciful
to
End.
stop taking vengeance. Yeah, we can't take vengeance boons on Merciful End anymore. It's just not. It's not a thing.
It's the thing is, vengeance boons are good, but it's like Zeus is a really good god for Merciful End builds, and you want Zeus to be in one of your core slots, but you also don't want Vengeful Mood.
Exactly.
So-
And also, like, Zeus being in one of your core slots, one of the nice things about it, part of why you want it, is it doesn't open up duos. And, like...
Exactly. So you open up the only duo possible with a vengeance boon.
Yeah.
It's a little bit curious, but...
Yeah, very unfortunate. So,
At this
hopefully...
point, it's... Yeah.
Hopefully
it's out of the pool. Hopefully he can just find another Eris, another Athena.
Oh boy. And unfortunately, he's losing a lot of time to this. At this point, Wrist is just a learny fight behind at this point, which
Wrist is closing in on him. Although
right.
Wrist also doesn't have Mirage Shot, though I would argue that a Beowulf without Mirage Shot is a little bit faster than Fist without ME or the dash.
Yeah, Fist without ME or the dash, or Dire Misfortune.
Or Dire Misfortune. Really, any of the things that make you go a little bit faster than just a common Curse of Agony and a Vengeful Mood.
Right. So, very, very sad here. Especially since this no Mirage Shot Beowulf does, in fact, still have Charge Shot and Artemis Attack, which is a lot of damage on its own.
Very unfortunate heads for Wrist.
Yeah.
Oh gosh. He's lost
A lot of times a lot of times you like to be able to get 4 heads together and kill them all at once, and he was not able to do that on the last one because the exact heads that spawned in those locations. So
I will say there are times where you can just choose to go after the non-purple heads, and the purple heads will sort of come towards you.
right.
In that case, Wrist kind of just went after all of the purple heads at once.
Yeah, not ideal, but small things, small optimizations. In any case, Ananke did actually lose a Death Defiance pretty early in Elysium. This is kind of what happens when you're on fists and with all this unsafe stuff. But hey, Vengeance Boon's coming in clutch. Let's see what we get out of here. Oh no, no! Oh, you
Buying
don't
that
want...
Aphrodite for Wave of Despair isn't the worst thing in the world. I
Yeah.
know at this point we're doing some major damage control, but
yeah. Oh god,
you know?
Asterius with this.
Yeah,
Scary.
I will say you do have Vengeful Mood. Why not invest in it, right?
Yeah. Thanks.
So one interesting thing about the way that Doom works is, whenever two different sources of Doom are applied, the game just takes the larger one. So I believe most of the time, the one that's getting applied is actually his Curse of Vengeance.
Yeah.
Whenever
Whenever you get there. Yeah. Because Curse of Vengeance at the current level is actually more damage, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's palmed it at all, but
Let's see. Oh, please.
And
Oh,
there-
there's the Merciful End. Oh,
oh lord.
big
Finding
sigh.
Merciful End without any rolls on God's Pride is, you really sent out a prayer and God answered.
Oh yeah, and with no God Keepsake either. Yeesh.
With no God Keepsake either.
So that means each of those slots was a 10% chance of getting Merciful End on it. So overall, because of the way that rolling works, since it rolls for duos first, and he didn't have full core boons, which means one of those slots was dedicated to a core boon. That means that was only it was 2 rolls of 10% chance.
Not finding Hyper Delivery, instead finding Hyper Recovery. Well, Wrist rare crops his Epic Attack Boon. This is not the ideal run for either racer.
No. Still no Mirage Shot. There is Merciful End on one side, so one duo is online, but no dash means that not using it as effectively as you would like.
Oh my god.
In fact, Ananke even, I believe, getting a respawn there at one point, which is, you never want to see
Very
it.
unfortunate.
Yeah.
Dropping
And
another
losing-
DD right before Heroes.
Yeesh. Ouch.
I wouldn't say we're quite in penalty box territory yet, but we got to start thinking about it, huh?
Buying some health there, probably smart.
Probably very smart. Buying
Impending
impending, very nice. And moving on.
That'll help to make up for some of the lost damage from not being able to dash strike through things. Oh boy.
And he is really praying for an Athena in shop here. Trying to finish off Theseus as quick as possible. Theseus is honestly one of the bigger sources of damage in this fight. He just swings around and does like 40 damage to you at once. And then his summon, of course, can often wipe out a DD. Ananke playing very safe. Does not want to drop another one.
Very true. I find that the summon is usually what kills me in this fight.
And there he is. Plays that very, very well.
Yes. Avoids a lot of damage on the summon, which is incredibly hard to do if you're also trying to deal damage. Does very nice damage while also avoiding damage there, which is very tough in that fight. So
And Wrist is kind of lacking for damage here in this 34. It's slogging his way through this room. Some enemies are dying to Razor Shoals, which is not really something that you get to say often.
yeah, enemies dying to Razor Shoals is a bad sign usually.
And this is with a Braid of Atlas.
Oof. Oh.
Rolling. And he does
Oh.
not find that Mirage Shot, filling the Tempest Flourish and palming Flood Flare from level 5 to level 6.
Wow, what a kind of scuffed run from the both of them. I think Ananke has got less scuffed eventually, but even still, very scuffed.
Finding a Athenador here, though. As long as Athena does not offer replacements, Ananke is guaranteed the dash. It is a
Oh,
10% chance for a replacement.
I know for a fact that I have been offered replacement and then been offered a second replacement
On the roll.
on the roll. Yeah,
It's beautiful.
which was terrible, but
And there's the dash. He's fine.
happened. He's fine. Oh, whew. Ananke has actually assembled full build eventually. Weirdly enough.
And
Whereas
you gotta, knowing Ananke, he is not happy with this run. This is not how most of his Merciful End Fist runs go. I will say this is better than most of my Merciful End Fist runs go, and that's why I don't run Merciful End Fist in races.
yeah, it's scary.
You're leaving a lot up to chance.
Yeah.
And in this case, he gets bailed out by sticks. There are some times where you just walk into dad with no Merciful End.
Yep. And it sucks. I've been there too many times in races specifically. It's great. And the pain that you feel of knowing that your opponent probably got Merciful End and you didn't, it's not good.
And you gotta love Wrist has Heaven's Vengeance, and that boon really does own these Snake Stones.
Oh
The
yeah.
Snake Stones, they really just hit you like 3 times and die.
Yeah, because it has no trigger cooldown and it has unlimited range. So they can shoot you from anywhere and they just zap to death
They just get zapped to death by Heaven's Vengeance.
by Infina lightning bolts.
Yeah, interestingly enough, Ananke palming Divine Dash over Divine Special there, I don't think it's any meaningful choice. I think he's just trying to make a fast decision and get on with the run.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I think that at this point, you don't really care what you palm between those. You're not going to be using the flourish all that much. So the dash gets a couple extra points of damage in here and there. So does the special. Who really cares? All right, it looks like Wrist is going for his last chance at Mirage Shot here on this.
And it really is unfortunate. This run where, Ananke is kind of against the ropes. Not finding ME before learning, not even finding the dash before learning. This was really a pretty huge catch-up opportunity for Wrist, and unfortunately the game just did not give him Mirage.
Yeah, he's been running on exclusively Charge Shot, Snowburst, Jank for the last while, but he does get Mirage Shot going into the Hades fight, so that will be some nice damage, at least for this Hades fight.
And all short tunnels means he gets to hang on to that braid for one more fight.
Oh, actually really nice, because Mirage Shot is multiplicative damage.
Indeed.
So that braid is, 30% better than just a braid.
And Ananke, despite that fist run, hanging on to about a boss fight lead.
That is right. So, 33-42 looking to be the exit here. We'll see what Wrist ends up coming out with. Probably going to be around a 35, I would say, likely. And going into the last weapon for Ananke, which is, I don't remember, Hestia?
I believe so. Hera is banned, so there's Hestia.
Hestia it is. I am on 4 hours of sleep and have the memory of a goldfish anyway, so I can't remember what weapons they're playing just a couple of minutes after they say it.
Oh, then there's cluster bombs.
Nice. The beginning of cluster rockets. I mean, honestly, I feel like cluster bombs, in my experience on Hestia, is just kind of okay. It has great AoE potential, but a lot of times you end up just sort of spamming it and praying that it hits anything. Because it's spending.
Yeah. The main issue is that it's not finishing things off, is it? You're gonna have to shoot them anyway. So something large like a Lout or a Thug in Tartarus, you're gonna have to shoot it either way. Maybe you could finish it with a dash. But yeah, rockets are the main way that he can scale his boss damage here. So he's really just hoping for a delicious second hammer rocket.
Absolutely. Yeah, if he can pick up cluster rockets, it'll be real nice. And still, cluster bomb isn't terrible, and it does do really good boss damage if you can get those nice juicy 5 rocket hits, 5 bomb hits on people. So, could see a legendarily fast Fury fight.
And there's his build. That's a mid-shop Aphrodite into a mid-boss Artemis. And Ananke has 2 of the natural gods that he wants.
Ananke was a slideshow and then sped up to light speed, Mach 12. And now we are on to actually Tartarus for both of them. On their last weapon, we have Lucifer versus Hestia, the showdown that we saw in the last match as well.
And that random pump getting put into the title dash is pretty huge.
Oh yeah. Title dash I tend to think that title dash needs about 2 palms to be at its like maximum. After 2 palms, it's like, extras are nice, but they're not important. But like at 2 palms, you start to get to damage thresholds of around 70 ish without any buffs. And if you're at around 70-ish, that means you're doing about 100 damage with family favorite per
That looks like an 11 chaos for Ananke.
Oh, very nice.
Very good for Hestia. On Hestia, you take chaos over pretty much anything else. Not for what he's checking for. That's the chaos. You roll that hard for attack damage.
Risk skipping a chamber 5 chaos in favor of a hammer. I am actually in favor of this. I feel like hammers are just really important on a lot of weapons, but I probably wouldn't do this on like Demeter fists. But
like any railgun, really. And picking up piercing fire. Lily, resident rail expert, has said piercing fire is one of the better hammers for Lucifer, along with obviously triple bomb and triple beam. It gives you a little bit of that much needed AoE.
Okay.
And
yeah, I never would have thought. How interesting.
Yep.
But doesn't defeat a title dash and is going into another Poseidon. Probably wishes he had the title dash off of this one now because of the increased rarity. But at the same time, still can't pick up something like Breaking Wave or, I don't know, maybe a Flood Shot. Also, exactly what we were talking about earlier, Ananke landing lots of bombs, doing really fast, doing real quick work to this Meg.
Picking up an epic hydraulic might on Lucifer, I'm not sure how much it does. Although the beam actually does quite a lot of damage.
Yeah, and the special, like, the bombs are really high damage, so like I guess buffing the bombs is good. I don't know.
It's Lucifer. Who knows?
Yeah, it's Lucifer. We haven't played this thing since it was in Hermes Cup. Whatever. And I guess the people who play it Rowo play it. Okay.
Very nice level 3 title dash for Ananke, forcing that Zeus for that smoldering later. He's not too stressed about running God's Pride on this weapon with that epic chaos favor boon coming off.
That's right. Which is gonna be real nice. Though I will say, that's boon rarity, correct?
That is boon rarity.
Yeah, boon rarity does only 10% of that boon rarity affects your duo chance. So even though it is going to make his rare chance like 30-ish% better, it doesn't really do anything. It does something, don't get me wrong, for epic and duo chance, but not as much.
True enough. And this is just about this is just risk 13 getting scammed really, really hard by God's Pride. All common core boons heading into the Furies.
20% is basically 0%, as we have seen many, many times. Yes, 10% is still nice. It's just not like crazy.
The 10% is effectively just turning on a God's Legacy just for fun.
Right. Having a God's Pride and a God's Legacy on the same build. Also, really fast Meg fight for wrist, showing the power of that hydraulic might.
Meanwhile, Ananke's hit the 4-witch every single time since he's turned to this mouse deck. You think he sticks with it?
I hope so. It's really good.
I imagine he does.
Also,
rolling once, finding an epic billowing.
I hope he sticks to the mouse deck because I made it. So makes me feel good. Yeah, it gets Epic Billowing. Looking for probably the Smoldering Air there.
Probably.
Has
Most likely.
the prerequisites at this point.
Has the prerequisites, doesn't want to get greedy with his rolls. I
Yeah.
imagine he's saving at least one roll for that second Hermes right here. And does he
And-
find it? There it is.
Oh,
Rare rush delivery. The rarest boon in the game.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, actually, weirdly, I get it like more often than I get Epic Rush Delivery. It's like, oh, your boons are your rare chance is not upgraded. Well, let's give it to you anyway.
And we're looking at this is kind of a do or die situation for Eris. He's rolled once, did not find anything off of that Hermes, having to settle for a greater evasion, which is now a heroic greater evasion. He's going to be dodging a lot of attacks.
That's right, and it has a heroic hydraulic might, I believe now. So first 10 seconds of the match, wrist is jacked. Like this, this is some.
He really is on a timer for each room. Oh my gosh, I've never felt hydraulic so strongly as I have right now.
Right.
Like look at his damage right after that hydraulic runs out.
Yeah, this is a hydraulic or bust build right at this second. And looks like taking Artemis here, I guess, to try and pick up Heartrend. That's fair.
That's very curious. I do wonder if taking Aphrodite is the correct pick. You take Aphrodite, you force either Heartrend or Smoldering Air. And risk choosing a bit of a shallow angle, missing one of the witches. You know, it's not quite matching his Zero Witch Meg PB. I'm not sure if he'll reach those heights ever again.
No,
but you know, missing one is pretty solid.
I can't remember exactly what tournament he hit the Zero Witch in, but that was a peaking moment. I think that was like Hermes Cup. I think that was Hermes Cup 3 or something like that. Anyway,
Must be top 10 Risk 13 moments.
Yeah. All right. So looking pretty good for both of them at this point. I didn't see, did Ananke pick up a second hammer, or is he still looking for it?
I believe he's still looking for it. Risk, on the other hand, dodged that second Hermes in favor of Shop. Not sure what he's looking for here. Accidentally buys the Palm instead of the Mystery Boom. And buying it, it's Demeter.
Oh dear. Frozen Touch is really bad.
It appears that Ananke's picked up Targeting System.
Targeting System? Gotcha. Still
Cluster
good.
Targeting, not the worst combo. It is global damage.
Yeah, it's global damage, and you spread it over a huge area with the with that cluster bomb. Picking up Heartrend there, very nice. Going into an Aphrodite on a mini boss, could potentially pick up Smoldering Air here. We'll see what happens as Wrist takes down Lerny.
And Frozen Touch is really just one of those boons you never ever want to see.
Yeah.
Does no damage. Actually slows down boss phasing.
Yeah, it's actually actively detrimental to you in a speed run. I'm surprised he's not rolling for Smoldering Air.
Ananke? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure what else he's looking for here.
Yeah, because he took Sweet Surrender, which is like good, but Smoldering Air?
Maybe he just doesn't want to spend the time in menu, which is understandable. But Smoldering Air is one of those boons that's worth spending a little bit of time for.
Yeah, I think I know. Okay, so I have an idea. I think that Ananke potentially saw, because I don't believe Ananke watches the race as it's going. I'm pretty sure Ananke is like me, where we just like turn off all distractions during the race. And so I think Ananke may have looked at how stinky that Demeter Fist run was and is in like full I gotta go as fast as possible, no, never pump the brakes mode.
Fair enough, completely understandable.
Because like at a certain point, if you feel like you're behind, because he might feel like he's potentially behind, then you just don't want to take the time rolling. Just pick something that's good and move, you know?
Fair enough. and he does get another chance here at this smoldering air. We'll see if he rolls here.
I believe he might. We'll have to see. Very nice clusters here. Able to get very nice groupings in this small room with the large enemies. Doesn't quite see it. Just picks
Doesn't
Jolted.
roll.
Yeah, taking the
Just picks
same.
Jolted.
Yeah, taking
And,
the same
you know,
philosophy.
It is a skill to be able to just place the clusters without rocket, and you see, obviously, he's a very practiced rail player.
Absolutely.
Being able to bait enemies into those clusters is pretty huge.
Yes. And Rist taking a trial here, did not see that he had the right stuff from both Zeus and Poseidon, so is going in, taking this Zeus-Poseidon trial, getting an okay set of spawns out of it. Not the best, but, you know, a couple
Yeah,
witches.
there's some armored witches, you know. And the little sword, the other shieldsmen actually aren't as huge of a problem just because of his... Ooh, that hurts. His piercing fire, but getting offered mid shot and patty at the same time is really gonna hurt.
Absolutely. Going into this last little mini boss here on Chamber 31, a solid grip behind oh my god, words. Ananke. Ananke is pulling out to a very sizable lead and should be able to take this home.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Rist invest this role here into finding Sea Storm, and oh my gosh, that frozen touch to Eris is taking years to leave the stadium.
Yeah, this is why you don't take frozen touch.
Does he does not roll. Very anti-roll, both of these racers.
Yeah, at this point, they're probably just feeling like they just want to get to the finish line.
Mm-hmm. And I could be wrong, but I don't think Rist is a racer who also looks at the race as it's happening. I think he does look at chat sometimes, but
yeah, I'm not aware of Rist's habits on this. I mean, we can ask him after the race.
But I do wonder about saving that role there.
Yeah, because I mean, like, what are you gonna go for? Really, just kind of Sea Storm? Well, he doesn't have his second Hermes, maybe. Oh, but he has the greater evasion, so maybe he
does
just
have the greater evasion.
I think he's
Finding
probably
extra,
extra dashes.
Extra dashes could be pretty nice from that second Hermes. So I imagine that's what he's looking for to some extent.
Yeah, because I probably extra dashes is more valuable than Sea Storm at this point. Probably.
It is a Hermes boon.
Yeah.
Who knows?
It is a Hermes boon, so it's probably pretty good.
You get what, like 2 of them?
You get 2 of them. They're both pretty good. Whatever.
And here it is. Let's see what he gets. I think quick favor. Does he just take it?
I guess. Yikes. I mean, Epic Quick Favor is like a baby smoldering air that you can use with Dad Call, but I don't think that's very ideal. It's not something you really want to be seeing. Something you'll take, but you're not happy about it.
I know quick favor does something intuitively, but it's like I remember hearing from, you know, like Elo and a lot of the other data miners that like quick favor is just one of those boons that just kind of sits there. It doesn't really do anything.
Yeah. It really doesn't. I mean, technically, an epic or a heroic is all right.
Epic
But
or heroic is okay.
It's okay.
And now Anake heading in. We'll see if he actually gets this. So he does have targeting system, sweet surrender, rare rush delivery. He's going to be doing quite a lot of damage, and he could also get that bonus summon damage if he hits the Meg after the weak is applied, or after he targets Dad.
I feel like he's going to be able to get the target, but I don't think he's going to be able to get the weak just because the special is going to take too long to land, but I could be wrong.
It does take years to land.
Yeah, if it had been Rocket Bomb, might have been able to do it, but with this, not quite so much. But even still, was able to land the targeting system, did get the bonus meg damage, at least some of it. Of the 40% available bonus meg damage, got 30% of it. So, you know what? That's the majority. Still very fast Dad clear here. Going to be dropping all 5 of these bombs onto Dad as soon as he phases. Then just dashing back and forth, landing clusters as soon as they're up off cooldown, taking the hits here to be able to lock Dad in place, because if he had moved to try and dodge that, Dad would have exited the cluster bombs, and that is a 50-13 coming in just over 50 minutes. A
Very, very solid run from Ananke.
Absolutely. Very respectable performance, and Ananke is going to be your back-to-back hyper delivery champion of number 1 and number 2.
Not too bad.
He cannot be stopped. And now we're just going to watch the closing out of Rist's run, going through the second path in Styx, I believe at the moment, or the first? I'm not sure. What is this loading time?
Oh my lord. That's
What?
horrific.
What was that loading time?
Oh, he did tap out to
okay.
All right, Rist. Finish your run.
Like, did the game glitch? What's happening? So, oh yeah, there's the GG Anane that he has typed in chat. So Rist is currently closing things out. Breaking Wave is helping, going through these last couple of paths in Styx. Destroying enemies left and right. Gotta love to see it. Breaking Wave is always so satisfying to watch in Styx.
Taking a while to finish off that giant bomber, but gets it done. Heading into the third and final Styx tunnel.
Yep, and the third and final Styx tunnel is guaranteed to be 3 rooms long, so we know exactly how long this is going to take. That's a 1. And that's a 2. Well, I mean, I said that early, but that's a 2. And here's the third one. That is a 3. Here's the sack. Here it comes. There we are. And now we just have to go through the dad fight, and we will be out.
Did you take that anvil?
Hammer.
Yes,
Oh, yeah. And get
triple beam, concentrated beam. You know, it's not the best. It's not the worst. Shoot Cerberus. How dare you?
Cruelty to animals. This is not this is not what we signed up for. Do not shoot the dog. This is Rist's supervillain origin story. He loses to Ananka and then just starts to become a cruel man who shoots Cerberus with laser beams. All right. And let's see. Rist's build didn't really come together. So let's see how much damage he can do, even with this not so incredible Lucifer build. Actually, still doing pretty solid damage.
Lucifer, fortunately, if you can land your bombs, it still does a decent amount of boss damage. But
yeah, though Hades doing an instant darkness because he's awful. Stymieing a little bit of the setup that Rist did, because Rist tried to set up multiple bombs and unfortunately ended up having them explode prematurely. Coming in, yeah, more darknesses. Insult to injury here on the Hades fight. Something about Lucifer bombs on controller is that they tend to auto-target to some very weird locations. Like if you're firing multiple bombs, they will try to not target at the same location.
That is very odd.
So because of that, you'll notice that if you fire 3 bombs, a lot of times that they will spread out in this sort of like triangle pattern, or they'll go at other enemies in the arena. They will immediately try to go at anybody that you haven't already shot at. So a very strange thing. It's difficult to land them a lot of times. Sometimes you have to just sort of like hit the button and pray it's going to go where you want it to go. But Rist doing a great job of mitigating that. And is he trying to
eating a face full of lasers?
He's trying to penalty box.
He's deliberately going for a penalty box or a greater call here.
Now here's
it's a penalty box.
It's a penalty box. Now here's the thing. Here's the thing that Rist is doing. Now, what Rist doesn't realize, or maybe he does, and he's just an absolute monster, is that as he penalty boxes, he is forcing us to be on commentary and commentate his penalty box for 30 additional seconds, which means that the entirety of what he is doing is he is making sure that Timbo is getting his money's worth with this commentary. But sevens for Rist 13.
7th for
Let's,
Sparkly.
yeah, who has to moderate this as he zaps the heck out of this. And even with the penalty box, 55-17 is where we come in at the end. Wrist, you monster. How was that run?
Wrist, I had to ask you, are you proud of yourself? Are you proud of yourself?
What did I do? What did I do?
Penalty box at the end.
Oh yeah, I mean, people love the penalty box. What do you? I mean, don't pretend you don't like the penalty box. Yeah, that run. Whew. First run, of course, legendary as always. First hammer double edge. Second hammer dash nova, which I actually think I used to good effect, even though I don't think Dunk or Bright will ever admit it. I
The entire time roasting your use of Dash Nova because it was just slower than you using your hyper sprint.
Nah, it is fine. I mean, if you're going to press the special button, you might as well get some mobility out of it, right? I mean,
right. What we were wondering is like, do you really need the mobility in like mid biome or like shop?
Yeah. And do you really need the mobility when you miss your specials every single time on the Minotaur?
Oh, dude, I use that to get around him so I don't get slapped by his hammer.
I believe you. Anyway,
there's a reason for everything I do, but yeah, the first run, all that stuff. I mean, come on, I've been talking about how good Dash Nova is. Do you think I'm someone who wouldn't put my money?
I knew you were gonna take. I knew you were gonna take the Dash
for real.
Nova as soon as we.
And I got a pretty good time. That run, like aside from like early game weird blurstness, where I got the stuff I wanted, but in Schumer's Flynn form, I got it very slowly.
Right.
That was even still that was pretty fun. The second run, I guess it was my turn with the getting Beowulf's baton, and I got Beowulfed pretty much the whole thing. The best thing was probably that shard shot that I found, and the palms in out of chamber 1 and then chamber 2. So level 3 cast out of Tartarus was nice, and it all kind of went downhill from there. I saw no Mirage shot boons, and the other boons were questionable.
Did you just get distracted on weapon 1 taking the blood-filled vial into dad, or was that an intentional?
I got distracted. I was my mind was elsewhere. That was an honest mistake.
Perhaps on manipulating the Dash Nova through the mid biome.
We thought that's what your brain was on, as you were thinking about.
My brain was thinking about optimal Dash Nova speed. I got Beowulfed, and I really didn't get anything great in Lucifer either.
I will say, looking at that Lucifer run with a level 7 common attack is a little bit sad if you're running God's Pride.
Yeah, I mean, this is God's Pride. You can see all common boons. My Jolted, which I got in Elysium, by the way, is common. The only things that aren't common are things that just don't matter. So thanks, God's Pride. On top of that, no RD, no extra dashes from Hermes, no nothing. It was bad. On top of that, free rooms weren't very good. This was a pretty bad Lucifer run, all things considered. I saw that Tunis told me to.
You have an epic wave of despair. You have an epic dad call.
Yeah.
You have a heroic greater evasion, like best on that team.
It's pretty safe. It definitely slowed down the penalty box later. I could have saved some time on that if I didn't take that even. So it's not even. It's not even worthwhile. I will say I did see Tunis saying that I should have taken that trial in Tartarus for the Zeus, and I probably would have, but I knew I was behind and I had to high roll. Trials are slow, and I needed to find Zeus later. I just needed Tartarus to give me Zeus, and Poseidon, and it gave me like it did give me a lot of Poseidon, I guess, but it didn't really
did not
help.
give you the right Poseidon.
Yeah, I have boiling point. I got breaking wave in sticks or whatever.
Yeah.
And
hydraulic
bite.
You're actually wondering, Risk, do you like keep tabs on the race as you race? Like, do you have it open on a monitor?
I'm not watching because I'm always scared that like running a stream will hurt my my stream's performance or it might chug my computer. But I do have the chat open, so I can kind of get a sense of what's going on. People are like, can Lucifer come back? I'm like, oh, I'm like kind of behind, aren't I?
Right.
Although I did hear I did hear that Ananka had kind of a rough fist run as well. So our second weapons were, I imagine, fairly even in terms of luck, but the third, I saw cluster rockets and I saw rush delivery.
Well, on the other side, Ananka, how do you feel that run went? Because you are the back-to-back hyper delivery champion.
It's it's definitely a good feeling. No, I'm happy that I decided to come back for another round. It was a pretty good run overall. It had a tough part in the middle, certainly. I don't know why, but clearly Merciful End is just a bit cursed in this format. It managed. It wasn't like a bad fists run by any means, and that's kind of the reason why I took it, because I knew that I could, no matter what happened, I could probably eke out a decent RTA time, and I was very scared of effectively trying my luck a bit too hard with Beowulf after having a Beowulf run that went fine. I did not anticipate that it was going to happen again, and but the sounds of it, Rist did not enjoy his Bear run.
It wasn't very good.
Classic Beowulf things. Very consistent weapon.
Yeah.
Listen, every weapon has its stinkers, okay?
Merciful End would be cursed in this format if you take Curse of Vengeance.
It was no, I definitely asked for that. I definitely asked for that. It was. I'm honestly.
Some echoes of
I'm not that
HD4
against it.
of
Yeah,
step 4.
no. I'm not that against it. It's useful and it still worked. I got Emmy eventually. Eventually. I mean, I'd honestly say the major issue with the run was just the common Doom attack after a reroll. With God's Pride, by the way, I went in on God's Pride hard, and
We know you always do.
That's what happens.
Pride
But
gamer.
yeah, but enough of that run. The other two were pretty nice all round. It's funny to think that the Nemesis was the fastest. It just kind of started strong. I don't even remember exactly what gave that run such a powerful head start, but after that, the Hestia run, seemingly, people say it's not a consistent weapon. I don't know. If you end up getting the ideal 4 God Pool every time, turns out this weapon
And,
is pretty
rare
good.
rush delivery kind of helps.
Yeah, just
I
about.
do have to wonder. So there were a couple of Zeus spoons that you saw in Elysium where you chose not to roll for that smoldering air. Was that a calculated decision, or was it more like I just need to pick a boon and move on?
Mostly picking a boon and moving on. Also, just like I picked up some other nice things. Generally, I got Epic Jolted, Bellowing Strength, and they work effectively.
Right.
It wasn't smoldering. I didn't ever find smoldering. Got Mirage Shot. Certainly Slothful Favor, Chaos Curse. Even though it wasn't an attack bonus, it helped me make sure I had a healthy amount of greens and blues and purples, honestly. But it worked out. Hestia is definitely like crazy strong when when you get the boons, it's consistent, but that's not consistent itself. But man, all in all, like, I'm glad to have like gone out with a bang, because I don't know if I reckon most people have heard that, like, that's still around with me, but I'm definitely burning out of Hades. It's kind of the end for me, and and I'm glad to have like showed that I went out on a high. Finishing up with Hyper Delivery 2, back-to-back
Right
hyper
on.
deliveries. It's been a good run. I've done all that I'd like to have done, and it's time to pass on the torch.
I gotcha, Ananke. Well, that is it. You are going to be leaving us with an incredible legacy, with your, any heat world record as well as the hyper delivery tournament wins. You are a fantastic competitor, and we are always happy to have you around. And if you go, we'll miss you, but wish you the best with the next things that you want to do. And with that, I think we're going to be closing out Hyper Delivery 2. Big shout outs and thanks to DragonSquad eSports for setting this whole thing up, putting this on, and our production team, which is mostly headed by Professor Timbo, who, you know, we all make jokes about, but does put a lot of work into making this thing run. So big shout outs to Professor Timbo and the entirety of the hyper delivery setup team, background team. Big shout outs to my co-commentator Bright01.
Thank you. Big shout outs to Dunko, and also huge shout outs to Sparkly Sapphic for moderating both days of this extremely long, very, very fun tournament.
Absolutely, which has been a absolute blast to watch and to be a part of. Thank you everybody for tuning in, and we are going to see you in the next one whenever it gets announced. Who knows when Timbo will do that? We're out.